Evening all, evening all.
Evening, how's it going?
It's all right. I was just saying, this schizophrenic weather, man. Like, the kids go back to school and then it's like 28 degrees. Are they crazy?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I was literally just saying that the other day. Now that we've gone back to school, that's when work and the holiday's truly over. That's when you want to give us heat wave after they've been promising heat wave the whole
from August, the beginning of August.
It's the lies for me.
It's ridiculous, and we all can't go on holiday to listen. It's just
I know. Worse. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How have you been?
I've been all right, you know, a bit stressy, but you know, I've got things going on that are just stressing me. But yeah, I've been all right. So yeah, you know, I'm on my my journey to leave London, so it's just
I know. So how's that going? Are you on your way out?
It's going. That. Yeah, it's going. We haven't got any other news yet, but it's going.
It's happening, isn't it?
It's happening. Oh yeah. It's definitely happening. It's just when.
Yeah. It's just when.
Yeah. But don't worry, I'll still be about. You know me.
Yeah, you haven't got a choice. We're not having it, mate. You haven't got a choice.
Isn't it? So how's your lot been? The boys back at school?
They're back at school. They started school on Monday. They're back in. I don't know. I don't like school, you know.
Really?
I never really have. Like, I've never, even when Sharon was small, I never really liked sending them in. I just felt like I was giving them to the people. I always get a little bit like, when it's time to send them to school, because we are looking into homeschooling for like a myriad of reasons. But yeah, they're back to school and it's just like back to the same kind of routine. But they were happy to go back, so I'm just like, okay, well, they're happy to go back, so let them go on, innit? Yeah, let them go and go about their business. We've got a good show today. Trisha should be joining us at some point today. Yes. Good. So I know that everyone misses her and can't wait to see her. We've got Symply Devine. She's our special guest today. Long time she's supposed to have joined us, but from ages ago, isn't it? From ages ago, but it's literally been one thing after the other, as if to say, like, this ain't meant to be. Well, but it's finally happening. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen today. So yeah, we've got Symply Devine tonight. So I'm looking forward to that. I think Olu might jump on, so it might have a little bit of a packed. We need a bit of a good. Show. If I crack up and do all of that, I still, because I'm in a new build, so this where I am is a new build and they're struggling to get broadband. Any kind of broadband. So I'm literally using data, so if I cut out or if any madness happens, then it's that. I'm literally at this moment trying to log on to Facebook on my other phone, but it's not having it. Oh no. So so I'm not ignoring anyone. I just can't log in on this phone. Don't know why, but why not? Why not? Well, I've got all the slides up and ready for us. To all the slides up and ready. Yes. Is Symply Devine? Is she? She's ready to admit. I'll admit her in. Let's admit. Is she there? Right, she must be. There we go. Hey. Hey. Hi. Hello. Hi. How are you?
I'm really well, thank you, guys.
Good.
Lovely to have you. I was just saying that we've been trying to have you on for ages, and it's literally been one thing after the other, and we're like, what is going on?
You know, they say that nothing happens before its time.
Yeah, I'm getting to know that.
Exactly. It's so lovely to have you on today. Thank you for joining us and being so patient with us.
No, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. I didn't even get time to put my face on today, so I'm all natural.
Yeah, but all natural, gorgeous. Same way.
Yeah,
same way, gorgeous.
And you guys too.
So how have you been? What have you been up to?
Well, what's been keeping me so busy that I couldn't put my face on is that I have a new puppy.
Oh.
So I got a puppy for my son, but it's like having a child.
It is.
Oh my goodness. It's like I've got a toddler in my house. I don't have time to do anything.
Yeah.
I can't even go to the toilet in peace because the dog's crying. So earlier on, I took him to the vet and the vet tried to bump me.
Oh, right.
No. And I don't know, maybe we can talk a little bit about assertiveness, why it's so important to be assertive.
Mm-hmm.
So when it was time for me to pay, they said £84. I said, £84? £84 for what? He's just had an injection. So during the injection, I was asking a few questions. So the lady said, oh, that's because you had a consultation.
Oh, sorry.
I said, excuse me. I said, I was asking the vet questions while he was vaccinating the puppy and questions relevant to the puppy. If I was going to be charged £50 to answer 3 questions, he should have made me aware of that fact.
And you would have zipped it.
Exactly.
And it's not extra time. He was doing it while he was vaccinating the animal.
Vaccinating the puppy, exactly. So what it made me think about is like some of our elders. So where I'm very assertive, and she says, "Oh, okay, I'll take it off." I goes, "Yes, you will take it off because I wasn't being made aware that I'm being charged a consultation fee." So can you imagine all the older people go to the vet, ask a few questions about their cat or their dog, and then at the end of it, they're charged an additional £50. So I was quite lucky. My final bill was £25.90. I said, "Yeah, that's right."
Yeah, know yourself.
Look at that.
Well, they tried to add basically nearly £60.
Yeah,
because the man answered a couple of questions.
And he tried to convince me that I needed to buy worming tablets. So when I calculated it, like they were trying to charge me £84. That's £30 for the tablet, so I could go to Pets at Home and get it for £7.99. So for all of you dog owners and stuff, don't buy your meds from the vets.
No.
But on a serious note, I just, dread to think about all the elderly people that, go to places and they're charged money, but they don't have that, they're not able to kind of articulate and ask questions and refuse to pay.
Yeah.
No, that's very true. But something like that happened to my gran when she was around. And she thought that she was getting some good deal, and she ended this man came, I don't even know what he was selling her, but she ended up buying something. And then when she checked her bank statement, like, I don't know, 3-4 months later, this person had taken like £200 out every month.
Oh, wow.
I was livid. I was fuming. I sent emails. I was phoning to the point where I got my friend who was a solicitor, and I said to her, "You know what? Write a threatening letter for me, please." My gran got a response and a refund with compensation within 2 weeks of that letter being written.
Good. And that's the thing. As a people, we tend to let things go. A lot. We tend to think, "Oh, it's okay," but actually, no. When you do stand up for yourself and you articulate yourself, you either get an apology, you get, like your gran got her money back, got a refund, and I think we should be doing this more. The injustices.
Yeah, because they're out there. Them sharks are out there, mate.
Definitely.
They are. No, they tried it, but the wrong one. It was the right place, wrong one.
The receptionist looked scared. She was like, "Okay, I'll take that off for you." So yes, you will take it off.
Yes, you will.
Right.
What does Tia say? Expeditiously or whatever.
Expeditiously. I said, "I'm not paying £80. Keep the dog." I'll be like, "Keep the dog."
What dog is it?
An XL bully, and everyone's telling me that it's going to be like a horse in my house, and apparently it's going to be quite big.
Is it big? It's going to get big.
Is he really cute now?
He's really cute. I sent him upstairs because he was yapping in the background, and I said, look, it doesn't sound professional. You know, I've been waiting for a long time to come on No Bravado, so I can't have the dog going in the background to spoil the lovely lady's show. So he's upstairs.
Oh, well, you've got to show us him one time at some point. I do love a puppy. We do love a puppy.
You can puppy sit him if you like.
Oh God, no. Oh.
Nikki's like, no.
Don't do animals, but my kids do, and my husband does. They love them. But I said when we get a house, we can get a dog. But I'm not, like you said, to me that's another child, and I don't want to.
It is. You have to be really committed, and I think you have to be prepared mentally, because it is a lot, and you're, you know, even thinking about something as simple as doing a live. There's a lot more planning that goes into it now.
Yeah.
You know, I do other things on the side. I'm thinking, well, how am I going to see my clients? How, you know, because now I've got to think about dog sitter.
It's a lot.
Dog sitter, you know.
Yeah. And that brings me to my next point. I was going to say, you're a very, very popular lady.
Me?
But for those that may not know, can you tell them a little bit more about yourself? And for the audience, just tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, what you're about, so they can get a little intro.
Hi everyone, I'm Symply Devine, and I'm also a talk show host and radio presenter, a woman's empowerment and confidence advocate. I also advocate for young people as well. I'm a fully trained spiritual healer. So I'm trained in Reiki, and also I'm training in something now called Tao Healing Hands, which is a Chinese modality of healing, which is very powerful, that works on the soul. So Reiki works on the energy centers, and then I train as well by exercise that works on the body, and then the Tao Hands works on the soul, because as we know, the soul is boss. When the soul's right, the mind's right, and then the body can be right.
Absolutely.
And I'm a mother of two. 23-year-old.
No way.
Yeah, I have a 23-year-old daughter and a 13-year-old son, and naturally I'm a soccer mum as well, so my life evolves a lot around football. And I have a day job. I work for a local authority, and I work doing like project management for young people.
Amazing. When do you sleep?
Isn't it? That's a lot.
You see the bags. I hardly ever sleep. And I don't know, I'm also a fully trained massage therapist, hence why I spoke about clients earlier. So I feel like massage goes hand in hand with the healing and that whole kind of holistic service that I can offer someone, especially like women. And now I do want to kind of like go into treating men more holistically, because we know that our brothers also go through a lot of trauma and stuff, and you know, want to be able to kind of rebuild their faith in women, because we know I feel that men suffer more when the relationship breaks down. I think for the women, we have our children, we have to pull ourselves together to kind of take care of the children, but I feel it's a lot harder for the men. So at some point I'll be offering some services, healing services. Let me specify.
Healing and coaching on how to not let the ego take over.
Yes, definitely. And for men to know themselves as well. You know, us women, we have all this, you know yourself, love yourself, but it's important for our men as well.
Definitely.
That's good. That's really good. What made you, what led to this kind of path, if you don't mind me?
Well, my brother was murdered in 2015. He was a victim of knife crime. Thank you. And I think when you've been through that deep trauma, you either go one of two ways. So, you know, sometimes you sink, you know, some people go into depression. And for me, it was like, what positives can I get out of this situation? What can I do to help other young people, to, you know, heal myself, and also to tell my story and give other people hope and inspiration, because not only did my brother get killed, my dad had a brain tumor literally following week, and then my 5-year relationship came to an end, like 2 weeks after my brother's celebration of life, his send-off. And so that was like,
but you had your own traumas to deal with.
Yeah. Three very traumatic, life-changing events took place in the space of 8 weeks. And what people kept saying to me was, like, you're so positive and, you know, you're still smiling. And if we didn't know what had happened to you, we'd never believe it, because you're just still so vibrant. And I explained that, I started to think about it, and I was like, do you know what? It's the positive mental attitude, because I have like a solution mentality. What can I take from these events? And I always laugh when I say this. So with the relationship breakdown, I was like, yep, no more cooking up big pot on a Sunday. I can go to bed when I want to go to bed.
On your own.
Yeah, you know, I try to look at the positives. Also, I can find myself again, because when you're in a relationship, sometimes you can often lose the essence of who you are in always trying to please your partner and please the children. So I saw it as an opportunity for growth. So instead of looking at what I was losing, i.e. my 5-year relationship, I started to look at, okay, what am I gaining? I'm gaining me, I'm gaining my freedom, I can date. I can get to experience like different
choose and refuse, isn't it? Do what you want.
And I had a fabulous time dating. Like, look out for the book.
Oh, we will be, because I'm gonna need it. Because I think I'm where you are. I'm right now. I'm where you was, where I've lost myself in like 10-year engagement, kids, and I really lost myself. So literally, I'm literally just on the rediscovery, and I'm actually really enjoying it. Whereas when I was in the relationship, I felt like I couldn't imagine enjoying not being with that person, or like what it would be like without them. But I did get to the point where I was like, I can't. I didn't want to, but I just couldn't.
Yeah. The thing about the mind, it's so powerful, where we convince ourselves that we need that person, or we convince ourselves that we have to stay in that job we're not happy in, or we need to stay friends with the person who takes the mick with us. But when you kind of have that control over your mind, and you realize that actually it's not that I do need this person, it's that I think I need this person, and you reframe your thoughts to say, hold on a minute, before this person came along, I was paying my bills. Before this person came along, I was an independent woman. Before this person came along, I could smile, I was going out with my friends, I was doing me. Once you kind of remember that, and reframe those thoughts of like needing that person, and you're able to let go, it's like you get a new lease of life.
That's it.
Completely.
Like I was born again, honestly. You know,
and I do. Sorry, no, go for it.
One of the main things that people kept saying to me, which I always laugh about it, they're like, have you been on holiday? And I'm like,
because you're glowing.
Yeah.
You're glowing, girl.
You look so beautiful, like, and I'm like, do you know why? Because I dropped the weight. You know, all of that was oppressing my aura, oppressing my spirit.
That's the word I was looking for, because we have it, don't we? When we're sad and we're down and you've got the pressures, you know, your aura's not kind of clear, it's all foggy and it's dark. But once you shed yourself, like a snake, you know, you shed that old skin, and you're reborn.
And you literally feel the weight. You literally feel like the weight lifted off you. You know, and then you feel free to pursue your dreams, like start a podcast, start a new business. It's like you have that confidence, because you're not bogged down with the thoughts of the relationship and all the dramas. You're not wasting energy replaying all the negative aspects of the relationship. So your mind is free to be able to think positive thoughts to elevate you to the next levels.
The way you're in my head, girl. Seriously, it's so hard to explain it, and I feel like, oh my gosh, she's just explained it. Because when you try to explain it, you're like, I don't know, I just feel like I've got a new lease of life. I feel like I've got a new lease of life, or I've got a bit my old self back, and a new me as well. And it is that, it's, I don't worry about no one's son as they like to say. I'm not worrying about the things that I don't have those stresses, and you don't realize how much those stresses like destroy you little bit by little bit. And they literally, it's like someone's on your shoulders just pressing you down.
Because what it is, when we get into relationships and also friendships, because a friendship is a relationship, and also like within the working environment, when we're in close proximity with people, we can absorb their energy. So especially when things are not going right, and I only know this because of all the spiritual kind of work I've done to become a Reiki practitioner. So when you mesh with that person's energy, whatever they're carrying becomes a part of us. And then when things are not going right, we're not in alignment because we're unhappy, it dulls our shine because we're carrying all the drama, the arguments, the bad feelings, everything stays with us. So when you break away from the situation, all of that energy gets cleared. Sometimes it doesn't happen straight away. Some people get quite sad. It takes a few months. Some people it's a few weeks. Some people it's a few years. It took me a whole year before I was ready to date again. But I just felt light because I no longer had that oppressive energy on me, around me, or in me. Because don't forget, when we're having sex, we are constantly absorbing that spiritual energy.
Yeah, agreed.
And as women, we are the vessels, so we probably absorb it, and it affects us a lot more because we're absorbing it internally, and that's why we get issues with the root chakra. That's a whole nother show.
We're gonna do that show because this is what we're talking about. This is our thing as well, and this is the conversation. One of the reasons why we started Bravado is because these are the conversations we had. As we said, we could talk about, and with the guys as well that were on it before, we would be able to talk about why do men cheat to astral projection. It can go from where to here, and so but in our own way, and we just kind of wanted to bring those conversations, those natural conversations on air. So it's Trish was like, podcast, man.
Yeah, because a lot of people have them behind closed doors, or a lot of people don't know about these things. So your platform is really important as a tool of informing people. Because it's only kind of now that I'm in the spiritual realm that I'm having more and more of these conversations. But 6-7 years ago, when I needed, or not 6, probably 10 years ago when I needed it, there was nowhere for me to go to find out this information. I didn't know about, blockages in the root chakra, and you've gone through certain traumas like sexual abuse and rape, how it affects you, spiritually and energetically. It's only now that more and more people are kind of educating themselves and talking about it because of your platform, my platform, and some of the other platforms that are out there.
That's a way of releasing as well, isn't it? By talking about it, by healing, and shedding it. That's how we move forward and grow as a person. And that's what I know that my parents didn't do it, and I know my grandparents didn't do it, and there was a lot of stuff that they took to their graves with them, which I think took them to their graves. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there's lots of things that you didn't want to talk about, you didn't want to share, you couldn't say this, you couldn't say that. Nowadays, like, talking is the best therapy. It's the best therapy. Like, and you just don't know someone's story. You look at someone and you think, oh, well, she's got a nice car and a nice house and this, that, and the other, but you don't know what's going on when she goes home.
Exactly. What was just on that point of not knowing someone's story, when I left the gym on Sunday, I saw a guy and he looked like I've been watching him train. I was like, oh, he's really lost a lot of weight. And I just felt compelled to say something. So I said to him, I goes, wow, you're looking really well. You've lost a lot of weight. And then he just went, I lost my mum. And I was just like, wow, I'm sorry to hear that. And then he started going into just talk. When I say
he needed that.
Talking. I was there for about a good 40 minutes. And I said to myself, everything happens for a reason. If I didn't leave the gym at that time and he wasn't coming at that time, and if I didn't turn and say, oh, excuse me, you've lost a lot of weight, and you could see that he needed to get it out.
Release,
And so, talking is a good therapy, but also at the right time, because one of the things that I learned, when we talk about things, we give it energy. So if you are trying to, you're breaking up with your partner, you're breaking up with your partner, sometimes the constant talking about it can bring the pain, keep bringing the pain to the surface. So sometimes you need that time of not discussing it with people, not processing on your own. Then once you've got to a point, then you can talk about it.
And heal.
Yeah. But in the beginning, I didn't tell anyone. I didn't, because I knew the questions would come. Oh my God, that nice guy. Oh my God, you're not together. Oh my God, what did you do? Oh my God, he was so nice. And I thought, you know what? I don't want to have to deal with that. So I didn't tell anybody. If he told people, that was up to him. But I didn't say a word. It was after 6 months, I was like, right, now I can talk about it. And I never, you know, not in a way of bad mouthing him, but in a way of, you know what, it was something I had to do for myself. I was grieving over my brother, I was stressed with my dad, and I didn't need an additional stress on me. And now I can talk about it long on podcasts, radio, you know, without feeling affected by it.
And I always feel that, you know, as women, the other thing we've got to get our minds around is like, if we do break up with a partner or our partner cheats on us.
Sorry guys, I am here. 1 second, the format on my phone's gone, so I might be blank just for a second, but I'm here.
Or something like that goes on, you know, we also want to carry that burden like it's our shame. It's not our shame. Why should I be embarrassed because someone's cheated on me? That's not my embarrassment. That's, you know, but again, like you said, everything at the right time.
At the right time, I always feel embarrassed, because the thing is, I always used to say to myself, I'm not the first person this has happened to. Even in what happened with my brother, I'm like, right, we're not the first family, we're not going to be the only family, but what can I do? Relationship breakup, not the first breakup, it won't be the last breakup. You know, there's no shame. Your partner cheats on you, that says more about them than it does about you.
Exactly. And that's how I feel about all of that. I mean, and it's taken me a long time to get to that point of like, do you know what, like you said, you know, unhealthy relationships ain't doing no one no good. And I could be related to you by blood or by whatever it is. If it's not healthy and it's not conducive to me, then I'm sorry, it has to go.
No, because we're not trees. I remember, like, I was in a role at work, and
trees, you know.
It's true, and I didn't get on with my manager, and everyone kept saying, "You're good, you know. I don't know how you deal with that woman. You're good." And then one day I said to myself, "Hold on a minute. The only person keeping me in this team is me, because I haven't, applied to get out of the team." And I'm like, I'm not a tree. I'm not fixed to this position. Why am I putting up with this foolishness every day of my life from this person? And I was like, nah, I'm getting out. I actually said it, I put it out there to the ether. I'm like, by January, I want to be out of this. I mean, it took till August, but in January, I saw the role and I applied for it. But it was when I changed my mindset to actually, there's nothing that says you have to stay in this team. It's not the only team. It's not the only role. You know, you can move forward.
Definitely. And you know, we need to look at all different aspects of our life like that. Because we can. It's the only thing that's stopping us from doing anything is us.
It's us.
That's it.
It's us.
Control how someone else
100%.
thinks, how someone else wants to talk to you. All you can do is control what you're willing to put up with and your response to that person.
Exactly.
Within your responses, they will either change or they will continue. And if they continue, then you have to remove yourself from the situation. You can't make the other person move, but you're in full control of yourself.
Completely agree.
And that's one thing that I you kind of know, in like, if you say you know it but you don't know it, so you know that you know the words, but it doesn't resonate properly. You don't understand it until you have to understand it, and you realize it doesn't matter what anyone does. It's what's important is how I respond, because how I respond is a reflection of where I am spiritually, where I am, like where I am. So how I respond is what's going to tell me everything, not necessarily what that person done to me, because everything that we do and others do is projection. So whatever I then put out there from that. So when I was mad at my ex, or when I was mad and I was mad at this, and I was like, but the reason why you felt like this for so long is because you dealt with this for so long, or you reacted in this way. You had a choice. And I realized I had a choice of what to do, really, and I didn't want to go the hard route.
Yeah, you were mad at
I didn't want to do the work.
Sometimes you're mad at other people. You're not mad at other person. You're mad at yourself for putting up with whatever it is you're putting up with. So all the person comes home and your face is pushed up and you're, you know, whatever, you're starting an argument with them. And it's not so much about them. It's the fact that why am I allowing myself to be treated like this?
Yeah,
exactly. That's where the anger and disappointment and frustration comes from.
Yeah. Like you said, that projection is the projection is saying it says more about you than them.
Do you know? Do you know a good trick? 100%. Yeah. Whenever you're in a situation, ask yourself, if this was one of my children or my best friend, what advice would I give them? And then whatever comes to mind, that is the advice for yourself.
100%. Because that's how I started. I've got like a 18-year-old girl.
Oh wow!
And I was like, no. So I was like, no, I wouldn't. Thank you. I'm like, I wouldn't be having it. I would not allow her. I wouldn't allow it. As a parent, or if I think about any of my good friends, I used to think, nah. And I think you just get to the point. But it's as well, you have to be at that point as well where you had enough.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's the other thing, isn't it? It's all about you. Like anything, like an addiction, like something, you need to admit it to yourself. You need to know that now is the time for me to make those changes. So whether it be a relationship, whether you're an alcoholic, a drug addict, or anything else, you need to admit it and
be ready to
make those changes.
Definitely. So I can remember constantly complaining about my relationship, constantly, and I had a routine. I'd call my mum, then she'd say, all right, I've got to go now. I'd call my best friend and she's like, right, I've just got to work. Then I'd call my aunt, and this was a routine for about 3 years, constantly calling people to complain. And it didn't matter what they said to me, it was the day that I said to myself, enough is enough. You know, they'll be like, oh, leave the man. If you're not happy, leave the man. If you're not happy, leave the man, leave the man, leave the man. And I'm like, oh, but I
you found reasons to stay.
Yeah. And then the day that I got up, and it was actually an email. So I had sent my friend an email complaining.
And she didn't answer the phone, no?
And it was a guy, and he was at work. So I emailed him, and then he sent me back an email, and all he did was copy in an email that I sent him 2 years before.
Oh, wow.
And he said, read your 2 messages and tell me what has changed. And if nothing has changed in 2 years, what's going to change in the next 2 weeks? What's going to change in the next 6 months? And I sat back and I said, oh my God,
He's right.
He's right. That's all it took was for him to just cut and paste the email that I sent 24 months before.
Saying the same thing.
Exactly the same thing. And that was it. That was it. I was like, yeah, later.
Wow.
That's what it takes. It takes someone to just not advise you, but reflect back to you or give you that like proverbial slap in the face to make you wake up.
Yeah. No, definitely. Right. Well, everyone's saying hello online. Michelle, Sammy, Asia.
They all saying hi. Hi, guys.
Asia's asking Nat what you're drinking.
Oh, I am drinking. I don't even like it, but I really fancied it. It's the
is that strawberry and lime?
Yeah, I don't drink this.
I love it.
Do you?
Strawberry and lime Copperberg.
I'm not really a drinker.
Well, I've got a Captain Morgan
ready mix. I just fancied it today. I need it. It's not even strong. It's like Panda Pop.
It's refreshing.
But it's refreshing, and I've not had the greatest week. It's only Tuesday, so you know when you're like, I'm just gonna unwind a little bit today. And yes, this little soft drink will unwind me.
Your week is going to get better, Natalie.
Of course it is.
It is existence. You can say, right, what's happened has happened, it's past, but it can only get better from here on. Because I hate when people say like, I don't know, something happens on the way to work, they say, you're really having a bad day, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's going to get worse. And I'm like, no, it's not. My day
Exactly.
is going to get better.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
You don't
Right.
need them.
Isn't
No.
it? Sammy Joe said, keep the dog.
Oh, okay.
You say keep the dog.
Keep the dog, she
You
says.
know what?
Rose,
If I get through the next 2 weeks, I'm going to keep the dog.
how long have you had the dog for then, the puppy?
This Saturday will be 3 weeks.
Okay. All right. So it's still fresh.
Very fresh, very
Oh,
fresh.
wow.
I won't even tell you what I came home to. Oh, I won't even tell
Oh,
you.
no. Do the children help out?
My son's very good. So he's
Okay.
13. He gets up in the morning and does the morning shift. So
Oh, cool.
does, he sorts him out and everything in the morning. But it's impacting on my going to the gym. It's impacting on a lot. So I
Yeah.
used to go to the gym first thing in the morning. I
Yeah.
can't really leave him in the cage for 2 hours. He's gonna cry, make a mess like he did one Saturday. I came home and I nearly lost it. I was just like, oh my god, what am I why am I putting myself? Just think cage, mess, having to use a toothbrush to clean the cage. Yeah, it took me an hour. I was sweating. I was thinking of my
Oh,
no.
and obviously it stunk, yeah.
Oh, it was so stressful. It was
Oh.
yeah. I've gone through probably about 100 pairs of disposable gloves. Yeah.
Use it for
Yeah. So the environment's not liking me right now.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah. It's difficult. It's tough. It's really tough. But you know what? Apparently dogs are rewarding. Apparently.
It's apparently. So they
for my
say.
son, it's more for my son because my daughter's much older. It's like he's an only child.
Right.
And he kept saying, oh, Mum, I'd like a dog to play football with, but the dog's scared of the football, so I'm not sure how that's going to pan out. Keeps barking at the football, so I don't know.
It's all right. You said it's going to be a big one, so, you know, the two of them will grow together.
Yeah. Oh, the sacrifices we make
honestly,
to make them happy.
Exactly. And then I still find something to complain about.
Yeah.
Oh, all the time. All the bleeding time.
No,
yeah.
Motherhood doesn't come with a manual, unfortunately.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
I should say parenthood because I'm sure there's some fathers on here. So parenthood does not come with a manual.
Yeah.
The old parenthood.
The old parenthood. So, we've got some topics today that we're going to discuss that have been in the group, so we can go through them, give our point of views. We'll look at some of the comments that were made when they were posted in the group, and we can go through. So I know Nikki's got the slide.
I have. I'm going to start sharing.
Sorry, I'm just sharing this to all my pages on Facebook. No worries. You guys need to teach me how to do this.
Increment slide. There we go.
To do this, I'm not techie. I do. It's funny. I do graphics, but I'm not techie like with Zooms and stuff like that. But Trish is Trish and Nikki. They got this. Me, I'm a bit. Yeah.
All right. Once you get your broadband and that, you'll be sorted.
Yeah.
You'll be sorted. Okay. So this is just our front page. We've got Symply Devine. So everyone online, join in, send us in some, we're going to chop it all up.
We're going to chop it up.
Chop it all up. Right. So this one. And, oh, right. Sorry. I need to go back. So this is more or less what Symply Devine was just talking about.
Right.
Right, let me move one. So I'll read it out. This one was it was posted by Trisha, and it was taken from Jennifer Ross's page. And it says, I'm going to say this because it needs to be said. A lot of women, actually most women, will fall back and become celibate for years in capitals. They do it in order to heal themselves from their last relationship or sexual trauma. The trouble is that men don't do this work. Women will fall back and go to healing retreats and link up with girlfriends to work on themselves so that they can heal and become better. Men don't do this shit. We have too much ego, too much pride. We like acting like nothing is wrong with us emotionally, so we never do the work. We literally sit around jerking off to porn obsessively.
Oh, wow.
Emotionally numb, waiting for a healing goddess who has done the work to come along and pick us up and mold us and nurture us. And it's not fair. Some women have done this and ended up needing healing again because they were drained from dealing with our asses. We have to also do the work. If you're emotionally hurt or wounded as a man, you have to admit you are and do the work. We can't keep using women as emotional trauma centers. We need to fall back.
Yeah.
What do you say? What say you? Yeah, go.
I agree with a lot that he's saying, but I think it's a massive generalization because there are men out there who are doing their healing work. I'm meeting more and more men who are telling me that they're celibate, who are kind of looking into spirituality, who are, talking about, meditation, kundalini, semen retention. If I hear the term semen retention one more time, I'm like, okay, I get it. You're retaining the semen. No one's asking you for your semen. I don't want your semen. Keep your semen. Telling me you're
heard that, semen retention.
Yeah, so what it's to do with the Chinese say, or Japanese, can't remember, that when a man releases or ejaculates, he loses his life force. So he expends a lot of energy. So when he deliberately retains his semen, he gets that energy to be able to do other things. So it makes him more powerful mentally, makes him more powerful spiritually. So he's not just out there willy-nilly. Because I know from a physical perspective, biological perspective, when a man ejaculates, he loses zinc, he loses iron, he loses a lot of vitamins and minerals.
Well, they normally just go to sleep, sex, right?
Exactly, it's very exhausting for them. Unlike us, it energizes,
we wake up.
Going all night.
You get a spring in your step.
Exactly. So the principle behind, and I think I'm not sure if it's Rich Dad Poor Dad, or there's a book, and they have a whole chapter on successful men and them practicing semen retention, so not using their sexual energy just for pleasure, but using their sexual energy for creative thinking.
Athletes do that though.
Yeah,
they refrain from having sex before big games or matches or anything like that because they believe it gives them a bit more power.
But how are you supposed to run with blue balls though?
Well, the secret is not to get into a state of arousal. So if you stay neutral, the ball should stay their natural colour. No foreplay, no nothing that's going to cause you any sort of like arousal.
And then you won't get it, because I used to think, well, up until just now, I say used to think that some guys they just get blue balls if it's been a long time since they've released. But is it they get blue balls if they haven't released for a long time, they're aroused and then they cannot release?
I believe from my experience that blue balls is when a man is brought to that point of wanting to release, and then the woman goes, oh no, it's too soon,
and they can't,
whatever it is that women say, and then they can't come. So it's kind of like that frustration or that physical build-up. But I think, like, if a man hasn't had sex for a very long time, I feel that it sometimes, you can lose that desire, because if you don't use it, you can lose it. So it's the same thing with men, from what I've been told, because obviously I'm not a guy, but I speak to a lot of guys. They say that, sometimes you do become a bit like, you focus on other things. So you come to a point where you may not even feel sexual again because it's been so long. And then, I don't know if you guys know, but when a man does not, release for a long time, the semen actually gets reabsorbed into the body. So if he doesn't have a wet dream, he can just get reabsorbed back into the body.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting. I never knew that.
You can look it up. It's a biological fact. If it's not expelled through the wet dream, then it just gets reabsorbed. So it doesn't explode. People talk about they explode all this nonsense. That's not true. But a man can actually become frustrated and feel like he needs to. It's just like women can.
I was gonna say we did. Well, yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens. Yeah, it happens.
Start to get headaches and all kinds of stuff.
And I just think as well, it's not, you know, it wasn't the done thing, was it, for men to be really say, oh, I'm celibate, oh, I'm not knocking one out or whatever. You know, it's kind of they're happy to turn around and say, well, no, I'm celibate or whatever nowadays. For these men that are healing themselves and are happy to say that. But
do you think it's because we've given them permission, we've made them feel comfortable enough to be able to admit, actually, you know, I don't fit into that stereotype of, you know, being sex hungry. Actually, I'm quite happy to be with myself, you know, not sleep with anyone until I find the right woman. Because I find a lot of guys now talking about connection. You know, a lot more guys are saying that they want a connection with a woman. They don't just want to sleep with someone for the sake of it. They need to feel that connection, which I think is a beautiful thing, guys.
Yeah.
Do you think
what guys I like, guys that like that connection?
Do you think it's genuine, or do you think that it's something that they're saying because it's kind of like what they think we want to hear?
No, I feel some guys obviously use that to their advantage, because I know some women like, oh my god, you're healing, let me help you. But there's a lot of guys out there that I believe are a bit quite genuine and saying, do you know what? I've been a player, I've had my time where I've had gal on top of gal, and now actually that doesn't excite me. I need more. You know, I need to feel something, because men want to feel loved as well. As much as they might put on that hard exterior, they want to feel accepted, like, you know, fully accepted. They want to feel love. A lot of men like affection. You know, you rub a guy's head, he acts like my puppy, you know. You're like a rabbit, you know, it's like the puppy.
Yeah.
So men need these things as well, and I think now they're more openly talking about it. They don't feel like they have to live up to that macho, you know, depiction that society says that they should be.
Right.
I agree. I think so. There are those little players though that are out there saying what, you know, they think we want to hear.
I'm looking for my soulmate. I want to connect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the soulmate, they say that, you know, we shouldn't look for the soulmate. We have to align ourselves, and the soulmate will find us.
Will attract. Yeah.
But that makes me laugh. Old players. I'm like, sit down.
That are still trying to play. Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing? Like, seriously, you know, no, come on now.
Yeah.
Like, we're looking at women who are, you know, the same age as your daughter or younger. You know, there comes a point where it's like, you know, actually behave yourself. You're of age now, you know.
My daughter said that the other day, actually. She lives in Stratford. She's 26, and she said, Mum, I feel like I'm gonna have like a rage at a man. Like, I'm not, you know, and she's got a boyfriend and she's very close to her dad and whatever not. But she said, like, I just can't deal with men at the moment because there's these dirty old crufts, and that was her own words. She said that they're just out there and they're just leery, and she said it's disgusting. And, you know, and my daughter, you know, she's just, and she looks quite young, she doesn't look 26, and, you know, she's going to work, she's a nurse and all that, you know what I mean, like going to work at 8 o'clock in the morning and you got some man on the train wanting to, and she's like, she's disgusted. She said, Mum, I feel like I want to gouge their eyes out. Like, she's just said it's horrible. And I just said, you know what, babe, you just got to keep looking. Sometimes you got to pick your battles, you know, and you know, some of them you do need to call out, some of them you can carry on walking. Do you know what I mean? But it's just a lot though.
I think if you see a big man behaving inappropriately, I think that you should say to him, you know what, you know your age, you know, that's not appropriate. So I can remember walking through Catford with my daughter, and this guy, you know, probably in his 50s, said some, you know, you could probably use your imagination. He was talking to my daughter, who at the time, she's probably about 17, 18.
Oh, man.
And he's like, you know, something. And I was like, you are disgusting. Can you not see that's a child?
Yeah.
You know? And even a big woman, you shouldn't speak to like that in public. And he's like, sorry, miss. I was like, no, that is disgusting.
Disgusting.
Like, you speak to you know, a female like that. think it's okay. But some of it's cultural, isn't it? You know, some of the things that are acceptable, you know, maybe in the Caribbean and Africa, or, you know, other countries, that, you know, when they come here, they try and go on with the same sort of behaviour, but culturally here it's not acceptable. Where it may be laughed off, you know, back in their countries, here it's not.
We're not having none of it.
No.
And our girls are not having none of it neither.
No.
You know, we've taught them to stand up for themselves, and that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So there's no sweeping that nastiness under the carpet. No, sorry, like, no, you can't.
Let's look at some of the comments. Firstly, no Bravado crew, I'm back. So hello.
Back. Give her a welcome, man.
My mum is back home.
Excellent.
She's tucked up,
happy.
stuck as a bug on the rug, and she's next door. So I might switch my camera off, just to run and check, and so on and so forth. I'll be back and forth. But yeah, I'm back. Can we look at some of the comments? Because
let me get some of the...
What Symply Devine was saying was that it was a massive generalization, and funny enough, that is what triggered a lot of the guys' response.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, if the cap don't fit, don't wear it. Let's discuss the point. Do you know what I mean? We know all men don't basically jerk off the porn and go and trap women and just do toxic things. But the point is, I mean, I don't know where our little resident Olu, I don't know where he is today, because I wanted to ask him like about males and celibacy, but you kind of answered from the men that you've been talking to, Divine. Anyway, but I know celibacy is something that a lot of women I speak to go through, but I've not spoken to that much men.
That's gone through it.
No.
Yeah, me neither.
That's a great post by Alison Leona. That's a really good post.
Read it out for us, love.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you do reading out aloud?
Of course she does.
If you don't, I get it, because I
perform poetry, remember?
Oh, okay, we'll go for it then, honey.
So Alison Leona Gran Belfort, hope I've said that correctly. Maybe not all men, but mostly true. I have a male friend who's doing this, healing. Now he's made a tremendous achievement. We had a chat about this. If indeed you have completed the healing, then you shouldn't be attracted to a damaged man, woman again. The error repeats itself when the journey, healing, is not complete. Sometimes people going through healing stops when they start to feel good about themselves. You cannot be attracted to the same damaged people if you fully healed spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. Your desires will change and you will develop the third eye. Oh, I like this woman. This helps you stream through, then you find peace, which is whole, unshakable. So I guess what she's saying is when you develop your third eye, you become more discerning. So you can kind of pick up on people's nature before you get involved with them. And if you are in a good place spiritually, then you're obviously going to be more aligned with people who are in a good space spiritually. That's how it should be, but it doesn't always work, because as a spiritual woman and an empath, sometimes we do attract people who feel that we can help them.
I was going to say that. That's what I think that a lot of the times happen, that you kind of do sort of heal yourself, but then as women, as nurturers, as you know, even if we haven't had children or whatever, we feel that we can help, we feel that we can heal. And a lot of it is about thinking that we can help that person, even if we've healed ourselves.
And the person sees something in us, i.e. that kind of nurturing energy, and also that peace that you have around you. And it's not everyone that comes to take. Sometimes they just come to you because they want to feel that peace.
They need it.
Yeah, you become their peace. So I agree with some of what she said, but not all of it, because you can be spiritually elevated and still attract people who can need support, you know, and are a bit, I hate to use the word damaged, but people who are going through challenges.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
Okay.
Well, who wasn't happy? Natty wasn't happy.
Never is.
I was just about to say.
So stop reading that. Men don't do this shit. Simple. He was not happy about that. But like you said, he has a grumble a lot, doesn't he? But I like him. He gives me jokes. He
makes good points. I'll just add regarding the attracting people who may not be in a good place. That's why having boundaries is very important. So knowing where your cut-off point is. So even if someone comes to you and they are, you know, spiritually challenged or emotionally challenged, whatever the case may be, you know where you draw that line, where you're not going to allow them to negatively impact on your mental, emotional and physical well-being.
Totally, completely. And that's what I think everyone needs that from a very young age, and then half of the stuff that happens to us wouldn't happen.
Exactly.
But it's something that life experiences. It's the life experiences that you go through, I believe, that helps you set those boundaries.
Yeah, definitely.
For the future.
And do you think like upbringing also determines how strong your boundaries are? Because if you weren't set clear boundaries by your parents or your caregiver, your primary caregiver, sometimes that leads you to not be able to set clear boundaries as you get into adulthood.
Yeah.
You don't have a concept of boundaries. And, you know, I did a training on boundaries actually for some managers. And I was like, if you don't know where you stand, then how can you direct where other people stand with you? So that's why having your own foundation is so important. You have to know where you stand in order to be able to define the boundary.
Yeah, no, agreed. I believe that. And I'm a great one for asking questions. People say I chat too much and I question too much, but I have to, because I need to know and I need to make sure that we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because if I think one thing and you think another, then, and we're on different wavelengths, then it's not going to work, is it? So I'm like, okay, is there this? Is there that? Is there this? And that? Like, oh my God, Nick, man, but I need to know.
You know, it's important. Communication is important because assumptions cause issues. It's never good to assume. So asking a question, whether the person answers or not, that's entirely their choice.
That's true.
There's nothing wrong with asking a question.
Yeah.
Okay. What else did they say? What else did Anthony's saying, guys, the players, don't believe that shite, ladies.
He's talking about, I think he was saying that about when we were saying, guys were saying they want the connection.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So Anthony's saying that actually that they're not looking for a connection.
Yeah, they're just trying to get in your panties, basically.
That's coming from a dude. All right, what's the next slide, Nick?
Was this the same Anthony we spoke about when we spoke about polygamy?
No, that's Magic Murray.
That was someone else. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So Richie G said, I really wish people would speak for themselves. No relationship counselor is going to prescribe the same thing for every client they see. That would be bizarre. Too many half-truths in this post. How many people reading this haven't done what the dude talks about, but yet it's moved on just fine? So he's basically saying you don't need to go through all of the spiritual hoo-ha to move on. But I think it's necessary. I think
so he believes that, you know, it's just cool. Like all the dudes that he obviously knows are saying they've moved on and it's just been fine. But obviously not. A
lot of people are not aware of the spiritual impact. And to be fair, like we talk about it more or less every show it comes up. To be fair, it took me hitting rock bottom with a real horrible relationship to be like, how the hell did I get here? And it's not just him. I was in this, and why? So to go on a real soul search and a real spiritual search to understand and to be at the level of where I'm at, but not everybody thinks like that.
Yeah.
So yeah. What's Nat, read out Nubia, or you can read out Nubia, what Nubia's saying.
She said men are funny. In not all men laugh out loud. It's bizarre that men take umbrage at a post that is steeped in generalizations. yeah, happy to discuss generalized posts on females all day, which is true. They do that. That's the only thing I don't like about guys in that group. It's also bizarre that most men in this group are of the age group that will openly admit that they've moved on post haste after a breakup, but wholeheartedly disagree with this post. Final level of bizarre is that said age group of men are only recently getting in touch with emotions other than anger yet. ...
Exactly. I agree with Nubia 100%.
Yeah.
Not sharing it.
100%. Sorry. Yeah, I agree.
You agree with?
Yeah, I agree with her.
You agree with?
Especially the generalization ones, you know, where we get generalized all the time. Women this, women that, but a man post comes out and like, oh my God, you know.
Every time.
Yeah. And I just think that, you know, there's a lot of men, like the previous guy that said the previous post about nights, they've moved on just fine. There's a lot of men that are doing that. They are just moving on and thinking that everything's cool. Yeah, now she was a bitch or whatever, but not realizing that they're still causing damage and they're still, it's the same cycle. You know what I mean?
The baggage.
Yeah, it's the same cycle, and they don't actually realize, you know, it, and it's not her fault or the girlfriend before that fault or the girlfriend before that's fault. It's them that need to do the work on themselves and deal with whatever trauma is going on that they've had from when they were children.
You know, a good analogy, especially like for men that think like that. Would you take a pair of trousers from someone and put them on without washing them? No, you wouldn't.
No.
Why not? Because they're going to be contaminated with the previous person's DNA and, you know, sweat and grime, whatever the case may be. And I feel it's the same thing with a relationship. When you come out of one relationship, you just need that time to clear, that time to kind of readjust, that time, as Natty and I and Nikki said earlier, to get back in touch with your own energy, to understand your emotions as opposed to the other person's emotions. What does your energy feel like as opposed to other people's energy? And only then, when you're, you know, if you've had somebody cheat on you, you don't want to go into the next relationship with that insecurity. It's important to do that period of clearing, even if it's a month, 2 months, whatever, but give yourself a bit of space, because it's also not fair on the next person. Because if you don't do that little bit of work on yourself, all the trauma and the dramas, you will, even if it's subconsciously, bring that into the next situation. And even after a 5-year gap of not being with someone, my first relationship after that was a test, because I hadn't tested how much I'd healed, because I hadn't been with anyone. So in getting into that situation, there were certain little things that triggered me, and I realized, you know, because of the work, I knew that it wasn't about the person, it was me, because it was that trauma. So whatever that person might have done or said triggered a response in me, because I was remembering the trauma of that feeling from the previous situation. And because I knew that, I was able to work through it. And also the person was very understanding, so they knew that it's not that I was, you know, saying that they're doing anything. They understood that it brought back a memory, and the memory brought back the feeling, and the feeling triggered the behavior. A lot of people don't have that awareness.
That's a good way of looking at it, though. That's a very good way. Oh, Natty said in the comments, men are not the same, women are not the same. If you see a post and you feel, wait, that's a bit much, talk up.
Okay, let's talk up. Because I've been waiting.
You're on mute, Trish, babes.
So,
that's never gonna come on.
I agree with Natty. Men are not the same, women are not the same.
Yeah,
if
we do agree on that.
And you feel, wait, that's a bit much, talk up. But I will say, Natty is one of the people that puts up the most bad mind posts up about women. Don't care. And he's also the one, I'm just going to be honest.
He comes with the mix up though when he's ready, isn't it?
Right. But you're also the one that will say, like, stop generalizing and stuff like that. But out of most of the people men in the group, you do post the most things about women, and have done since we started the group. So it's like, it's good for debating, and it's not what I'm saying is we take it because we can debate on it. It's debating. It doesn't mean it's set in stone. It's a comment, and then we can just discuss it and say some men and some women, not all women, or some men, not all men. But the way the guys take it when we post anything, or anything is posted by another lady, which is definitely not as often as it is for women, as it is with the women posts, it's just, there's just not, it's just like, oh my gosh, we don't go ham like that. There might be some people that take certain things to an offense, but there are things that, you know, where we think, you know, no, but I get you, Natty said I post things to get people thinking. I get it. That's what the people that are posting the things about men are doing, to get people thinking. It's the same thing. But I feel like when the guys post things about women, which is all the time, you know, we don't always get in uproar. There might be some ladies that sometimes they just had enough and they get annoyed a little bit.
Touch their pearls a bit,
we post anything, and we do have gaps where there is gaps between it, there is a flourish of men that have in the group that have a heart attack.
No,
And that's
because
go on to the next slide, the comments. Sorry, go on, Mum.
Because the post triggered them. You're only going to respond to something and get into uproar about something because it triggered you. There's something that was written that made that, but maybe there was an element of truth to it, or whatever the case may be, and that is why they felt like they needed to go into defense mode.
Yeah, but I've Natty saying I post things to get people thinking. I'm hearing you. I agree, but I have mouth to say something. Please don't think for 1 second that we don't have mouth to say something on here. We do. That's not the point. The point on here is because the mouth runneth very free. Please, honestly, that's not it. Yeah,
Runneth.
What it is that if we're doing those things, we can't. If we are posting those things, or if we post, if I post things, I've posted things about guys in the past. That's why when I see things generalized about women, I don't post it because it doesn't apply to me. It's not an issue. Some of it may apply to me, and I'll be like, oh, triggered, because I know that I'm like that. I can admit that. I'll shut my mouth because I'm not saying nothing because I know I can be like that. But if it's debatable, then I'll debate it, but I won't come and say, stop generalizing women, because I know that that's what the group does.
It's away from the point.
It has posts like that. But I do think if you do post things that are targeted at women, or if you do post things that are targeted at men, when the other sex posts things, it's not, we shouldn't be, not all women, not all men, we know that. We know that.
Absolutely.
So that's all I'm saying. He said I didn't say that either, but please continue. But okay.
All right, well, Devon said, Nikki, do you want to read that out?
Go on, because Devon has a lot to say. I like it when Devon talks, actually. He said, bullshit. There's a lot of men, including myself, that have taken a step back to heal, not only ourselves, but in order to be a better person when taking on the next relationship, and also to elevate what we already want, what we really want from a relationship. Evaluate, what we really want from a relationship. We also have a group where we have meetings with each other, check in with each other. What people need to understand is that not all men can talk about what they're going through or what they've been through. Who wants to keep jumping from ship to ship later to all that?
I think he makes some really good points.
No, he does. He makes very good points. And Karen responded, respect to you and those like you. However, he does have a point, but for both sexes, or shall I say all, as there's always a need, as far as I'm concerned, after every relationship to heal and repair to some degree before jumping into a new relationship.
Which is what we said, like what we said earlier, you have to take that time out just to kind of regroup, gather your thoughts, get yourself back together, because every time you're in a relationship, you leave a fragment of yourself with that person. If you have a string of broken relationships behind you, that's how many fragments of yourself left all over the place. So it's important to, you know, get yourself back together.
That part, my friend. Next slide. The next slide's interesting. Okay. Natalie, do you want to read this?
Okay, so this came from Ade Shakoya. He said, Here we go. Men disagree and state what's true for them. Then rather than their view queried for clarity, it becomes the focus of analysis in support of said argument. Then when men don't talk about what's so for them because they feel it will get dismissed, they are further accused of being emotionally unavailable. We have to break that vicious circle if we really want to understand each other better and show the next generation a better way. I do get what he's saying, but when I looked through the comments, I felt like it was being discussed. I don't think people were dismissing I don't think all the comments were dismissing the guy's point of view. I do think there were some ladies that said, I completely hear that, I get that, and they were kind of coming from, and I respect where you're coming from, but I do feel like there is sometimes an element of defensiveness, which I get, because men are, I know that they feel like they're attacked a lot. And that's what I've learned from being in this group, that men do feel like they are attacked a lot.
With this comment, I feel that he's saying, not just in relation to the post, but in general, that men are kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. So if they don't talk up, it's an issue. When they do talk up, you know, if a man gets shout down when he does speak up, it becomes to the point where it's like, I'm not going to say anything. And then the woman does say, you're emotionally unavailable. So it's almost like, how can men win? And it's not all women that will behave in the same way, but especially in a group setting, you might have, you know, people in different stages of their elevation and alignment that are defensive and do go back and argue instead of trying to understand the other person's point of view. So it can be off-putting for men to try and express themselves, especially within a public forum.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Never really looked at it that way. Jennifer said, in order for us to understand, analyze maybe the way we work, when men decide not to share or for fear of being dismissed, that technically is being emotionally unavailable. Women have as much a viewpoint in this debate as men will. We have fathers, sons, and partners with them, and therefore some of us will have experienced the man that this post refers to. Nat, your camera's gone. When men call bullshit, they dismiss that experience. Not all men and not all women should have to be said and argued about amongst adults who clearly understand what generalized means. The vicious cycle ends when people are able to discuss a subject without taking said subject personal. Right, that part, Jenny. Don't feel attacked and able to stick to said subject without diverting to but, etc., and understand that we all have our own unique way of understanding each other's experiences. And
exactly.
That's what I was like, just drop
that's
it.
That's just what we've been trying to say all along.
Stop sharing it.
Yeah.
Right, but also what we have to understand is people perceive things from their own point of perception, and that sounds like a conundrum. So if you are reading something, you are going to interpret it from your own point of understanding. So we then can't get upset with someone because they are getting upset by the post, because they are responding from their point of understanding, which is different from our point of understanding.
But we have said many times, like as Natalie just said, we know that it's not all men that jerk off and emotionally unavailable. We know this. We shouldn't have to do a disclaimer every time. And
they certainly don't.
Right, when they're ready to tear us apart, they do. With no mercy as well. But as Natalie said, if it doesn't apply to me, I'm not going to get triggered by it. So, and if it does apply to me, I'm like, oh, why is this?
Ooh, why is this hurting?
Why is this
uncomfortable?
Why is this uncomfortable? And then it's for me to check that out. But I feel like if we're going to be like, and it's just not all men, we know that. Let's discuss the point. What I really want to know is semen, what did you call it? Semen
retention.
Semen retention. I want to know how many guys really practice this. They sound like they're all in South London.
Question question up on Facebook, like,
over it.
Yeah, put a question up on Facebook. Like, I'll put one up on my page. Like,
do that tomorrow.
What is semen retention? Do you practice semen retention? If so, why? And to me, if you practice semen retention, like this particular person keeps telling me, I'm like, why do you feel the need to advertise it? If you, I'm not going to keep walking around saying I'm celibate. You know, no, there's no need for me to advertise it because I know it within myself. I think if I keep on talking about it publicly, that's because maybe I want to draw attention to that fact, because maybe I want you to do something about my celibacy. That maybe this said person wants me to extract the semen because he's forever telling me that he's retaining his semen. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Premium semen.
I went for a stage where I told people that I was celibate, but I was really proud of it because I kind of felt like sometimes you get people that might be like, oh, you need to get in a relationship because, and you know, you find when people put their head on the side, oh, are you still single?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm celibate and I'm fine. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? So, I guess it depends again in which way you look at it. But you're right. I suppose running around and talking about it all the time, it's like, are you trying to draw attention to it for the wrong reasons? But sometimes it is to shut those people up that are like, oh, you're still have no kids. Oh. There was nothing wrong with my room. I chose not to have kids. It might have shut down now, but because I'm 46, but I chose not to have kids for a variety of reasons, which I've mentioned on different shows. But yeah, I don't see anything wrong with being celibate. And for a lot of the things that you said earlier, I do feel like women are vessels. I do think we have to be very careful about who we let into our space. I also think we need to be just as careful because women charge men.
Yeah.
So we, you know what I mean? We are receivers, but yes, we are charging at the same time.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, I don't really want, if you're going around and you're getting charged by a bunch of different energies, I don't want that inside of me. So I'm very, very particular on who I sleep with. So
energy transfer
years.
Yeah. Energy transfer is
no sex and not bat an eyelid. So, and I think people ask, is it because you're religious? No, it's because I understand spirituality. Is it because you're waiting for a specific one? No, if I met someone that I liked, I would date. And if our energies aligned, then I would go on to sleep with him. It's not because I'm sitting on a lily pad. It's not that. It's just as you get older and you know, so you can't unknow what you know now.
Yeah.
You have to be careful about what it is that you're doing. So that's my reasons for celibacy.
Also, there's spiritual consequences, which a lot of people don't realise. When you're ignorant, you're ignorant. If you don't know something, you don't know something, as Trisha just said. But if you know something and you still go and do what you're doing, despite knowing, there's a spiritual consequence.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like you're taking the mick, you're disrespecting those spiritual laws. That's you know that there's energy transference is real. All you have to do is think about when you go into a room and you meet someone for the first time and you think, oh, I really like this person, or actually there's something about this person I don't take. That's the energy you're picking up on, their spiritual vibe. So just think about when you're having sex with that person, which is the closest you can get to someone apart from giving birth. You know, whatever they are carrying is going to be transferred, whether it's insecurity. And I'll give you a quick example. I was dating someone during this time. I became very fearful. I couldn't stay in my house by myself. I'd be jumping at every noise. This went on for the duration of the time that I was with this person. I used to sleep with the light on. Everything. Couldn't understand it. Relationship came to an end. Within about 3 weeks, I was like, why am I sleeping with the light on? Turned off the light, went to bed, woke up next morning. I was like, oh, I'm okay. Nothing happened to me. Anyway, a couple of weeks later, I was actually listening to a clip on YouTube talking about don't be so quick to get involved with people and collaborate with people, because like spiritual collaboration, because you don't know what people are carrying. And one of the things it spoke about was fears. And I was like, oh my God, that fear that I was carrying around for all those years wasn't mine.
Yeah,
it was my partner's fears, and it was maybe fears of maybe being exposed or fears of wherever the fear was. But because I was with him and we were close, and obviously when you're sleeping together, you're exchanging all the time.
Yeah.
Every time I slept with him or was with him, I was absorbing his fear. And as soon as we broke up, the fears went.
Yeah.
Now I can be in my house by myself. I could probably even walk through a graveyard late at night now and not be scared, because I do not have that fear, because that spirit and energy of fear was his, not mine. And that's how deep it is. It is real.
Yeah, it is.
It's real.
It really is. It is real. All right. Next, let's go on to the next topic. See if there's any more comments on that. Let's go.
Look.
Yeah, let's go on to the next. It really is.
Someone was saying that the live's been interrupted.
That's it.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Still there.
That's weird.
No, I'm still there, from what I can see.
Oh. Yeah.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah.
Still,
Are we going to read these or are you going to skip?
Skip.
that is like an essay.
From a male
He's
perspective,
basically
though,
saying what you've been saying, though. So it's an open, honest communication that creates connection, happens when both parties feel psychologically and emotionally safe. When that's absent, some of us men intentionally or unintentionally become emotionally unavailable with that person, but are emotionally available to others who create that space. Emotionally unavailable men do not benefit either sex, especially in intimate relationships, and are not a good example for our children to see. One way to create psychologically, emotionally safety might be for men and women to disagree without making the other wrong, which requires a degree of emotional intelligence from both sexes. And I really like that, he's actually, because that makes a lot. And having children made me learn that. Like being a mum made me learn that. And actually I'm gonna credit my husband, because he's actually made me look at things in a real different way as well. So I was in a bit of a turbulent relationship before him, and then we broke up. I went off, and I wouldn't say I healed from him, but I still had to get to know myself a lot more. I was in my late 20s, then I was single, then met my husband, but I had to become that emotionally safe person, because I wasn't, from the trauma that I'd been through with him. And like you said, the minute he said something or something happened that took me back to a time with the ex, oh my God, it was off. And, the street came out in me, and he was like, but why are you being like that? I only said blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, but rah, 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 rah. And he'd be like, stop, calm down. Do you know what I mean? And he's a talker. He is much more of a talker. So it made me think like, rah, okay, I can just relax and talk without it becoming fire and explosion.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be that. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that.
And then having children, and we've got boys as well. I've got older girls, but the boys that we have got together has definitely made me realise the conversations that we have around our children makes a big, massive difference, and our responses to each other. Do you know what I mean? So that what Ade has said really resonated with me, and I never saw that in the post. So yeah, definitely. Okay. Definitely. Should I read the rest?
Yeah, go on. It's valid.
Although the intention was not to dismiss anyone's experience, that would be dumb, dismissive and hypocritical on my part. The feedback I'm taking from what you shared is the statements such as BS need to be used more specifically. Otherwise, they diminish the
listening. The listening of what? It's the next thing it goes. The next.
All right. More specifically.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they diminish the listening of what's said after that. Since the goal is to build bridges of understanding, not create more barriers, I received that feedback and will use cleaner language in future. 100% agree. The vicious cycle breaks when we can take an objective, non-emotional approach to topics where one person may see a 6 and the other a 9. The bridge comes when we all step outside of our own experiences and personal truth, outside of our own experiences and personal truth to listen to what the other person is saying from their perspective. From there, we may learn to appreciate the other person's position, even if we cannot fully understand it based on personal experiences. We are the change we seek. I appreciate this exchange. And that is empathy, isn't it? That is being empathetic. So looking at it in a non-biased, non-objective way, you know.
Definitely.
It's what we said earlier, that people are going to process things from their own point of experience and emotional triggers, and for that we cannot be upset with them. We have to give them understanding and empathy. So he basically summed up what we said. That's an amazing response.
Yeah, definitely. Let's
Ooh. Ooh. Okie dokie. Inbox by a No Bravado member, so someone wanted to remain.
Just realised that true is spelt wrong, though.
It's not wrong, yeah.
Just realised that. Yeah. True or false? Foreplay is for the woman and not the woman, not the man.
That is false.
That's totally false.
Now, Nix.
That's totally false.
That is totally false. Men love foreplay. Some men,
Why do you think it's false?
I just think it depends on what you do. It's a give and take, no?
Yeah, I think, like, you know, men like to be touched and caressed just like women do. I used the puppy analogy earlier. And there's lots of men that like to have their nipples sucked and tweaked. I did a podcast with a group of Jamaican guys a few months ago, and I don't know, one of the topics was sex, and the guy went in. I thought he was just going to answer generically. So a lot of the other guys have been quite quiet, saying, "Oh, I like the connection." This guy said, "I like when a woman take my nipple there, man." You know, men love foreplay. Men like their neck kiss, their earlobes nibbled, or whatever the case may be. So it's not just for women. It depends on the man.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
Cool.
Just gonna check on my mum.
No worries.
Yeah.
I think it also, and it depends on, like you said, the man, what sort of person you're like, you know. And again, my ex wasn't very tactile. He wasn't a person that done public displays of affection, and he wasn't like that. So like you said, Symply Devine, you know, I conditioned myself to be a specific way with him. Then meeting my husband now, then, you know, man's holding my hand and kissing me in the street and smacking my bum, and, you know, and I'm like, what are you doing? But now we've been together for years now. Now I'm like, come on then, what you're not smacking it, or, you know. So it just depends on kind of what kind of relationship you have, and what you like personally as well, you know. I enjoy a good, you know, I like to be touched and stroked and stuff and caressed and all that, but not all the time.
And it depends on the person, because different people bring different elements out of a person. So you might be like with, you know, one guy and you don't feel very sexual because of how you feel within that relationship. And then you could be with another guy where you feel super sexual because of how you feel in that relationship. So, you know, you can wear the clothes that you want to wear. He compliments you all the time. He tells you how beautiful and amazing you are. So in turn, you are naturally, you know, turned on by him because you're in a higher vibrational state, as opposed to when you're in a relationship with someone where there's a lot of drama, you're constantly arguing. You're not going to feel as sexual unless you're someone who gets off on that kind of, you know, what is it, make up to break up cycle.
No, that's too much.
Unless that's, you know, you actually get off on that. If you're with the person where you feel like you can't be yourself, you're not going to feel as as sexy and sexual as the person that you can totally be yourself with. And men as well. I think sometimes men are scared to ask for what they like because they don't want to be ridiculed. So if a man turns around and says things that is something that's deemed feminine, like having his nipples sucked or played with, he might think, well, actually, I don't really want to tell her that that's what I enjoy because she might be a man of mine. That's a gal, you know, that's something that women do. So I think it's about, you know, allowing your partner to feel comfortable enough to tell you their desires, what they like, what they enjoy, because a massive part of sex is communication.
Yeah.
You know, so foreplay is not just for the women.
No. Yeah, it's not. And it's what your language is. It's what your love language, your love language is. So it's, some women don't like foreplay. Exactly. And even me, I it depends what mood I'm in that day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it will depend what mood I'm in that day. It's not necessarily,
Yeah,
it's
sometimes you want
not one way all the time.
Quick one. Sometimes you want the long.
You want the whole love. Yeah. You want the whole art, you know, 90s R&B style. Other time you want the bashment style.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Right. I'm going to see if there's any comments attached to that. Then I'm sure there must be.
There were.
I'm sure there must be.
Our group members are the best, man. I tell you, they're hilarious. Niga said it's for both. Simple.
Yeah.
Jackie B said it's beneficial for both. Dion said it should be for both, but I don't think everyone got that memo. I said I think both. Devon said force with a capital F, even though you both will be kissing and touching each other, I believe the man does more foreplay.
What, he does more for the woman?
Yeah.
Think so?
I don't know. Depends. Yeah, it depends on the situation. I think it's give and take.
Yeah, I do. I believe it's a lot of give and take.
Yeah.
And there's some men that they love foreplay just as much as the woman. Like, they would not want to just get straight into it unless they literally did not care about you. There was no feelings, and they literally just want to satisfy themselves. That when a man cares about the woman, he actually wants the pleasure, because that's part of his pleasure. When he's pleasuring her and making her feel good, that in turn makes him feel good because he knows that he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
Now, what did Roger say?
Roger said, I would say it's for the woman. Consider this, it doesn't take much to arouse a man. I'm going to generalize, that's true. Especially if he is already attracted. On the other hand, subconsciously, ladies need to be aroused. Ladies need days to be aroused. Don't know about days. Depending on who it is, because that sounds like a slow burner. The communication, the compliments, the surprise lunch date, cleaning the house, the gentle physical contact for anything between half an hour and 45 minutes, then finally intercourse. If nothing spoils her mood, of course. He's got a whole roadmap to this thing.
Oh, Rog, man. Come on, mate.
Oh, that's actually quite funny. I can see his point, because foreplay starts way before you get into the bedroom.
Yeah.
You know, and so you know, when he says it takes days, you know, it might be those sexy text message exchanges and things like that. You know, I think the massive mistake that people make is feeling that foreplay is literally just the prelude to the actual intercourse, which it isn't. It might be the compliment. It might be that little cheeky message that he sends to you during the day, if he's that way inclined, because some men are not that way inclined. You know, you might be the one that sends that cheeky message, or you might say, oh, babes, I like it when you wear those red shoes, or whatever the case may be. All of that foreplay. And I think it's, I was listening to this clip about...
Stop sharing it.
Sorry, say that again?
No, share.
And what it was saying was, women are the ones that get bored sexual relationships first. People think it's the man, but it's actually not the man, because men, they're saying that men are quite easy to please. Like, you know, Devon said, you know, you have your couple points of arousal for a man, but for a woman, if you don't mentally stimulate her and emotionally stimulate her, she can very quickly get bored of the sex.
Right.
I would
agree with that.
I would agree. Yeah.
I would agree with that, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
What about Okay, ladies, what about dead sex? What are you doing?
Not doing it.
On the dance, man.
But
Simply's like,
dead it, no pun intended, before you dead it,
Yeah.
man,
Yeah.
you can do certain things to help yourself. So if there's no chemistry, there's no chemistry.
Mhm.
yeah,
It's very difficult to make chemistry where there's none. But if there's chemistry and just maybe the technique or if the case may be, you can guide, you can support, you can teach. Because I find that with sex, and I'm probably going to get cussed by the men for this, a lot of men have a formula. Yeah, it's like this woman like this, blah blah. They come to next relationship, they do that, it works. They don't understand why maybe you're not able to, you know, have an orgasm, whatever the case may be. But there's, you know, the man has to get to know you and your body. But as a woman, you also need to know yourself, because if you don't know what excites you, if you don't know what sensations you enjoy, how are you able to effectively communicate that to your partner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm laughing at Natalie just swigging from the bottle. Whilst I'm listening to you, I'm listening. Oh wow, Natalie has me in stitches every single show.
Sorry. Because I'm listening.
You have to tell the man, you have to guide him. You have to.
You do.
Yeah, because I think if the chemistry is there, it's just the technique, you can rectify that. If there's no vibe, zero vibe, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, that's something else you've got to deal with, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That
But,
I think.
Yeah,
But it must be horrible. And the thing is, and I think, you know, because a friend of mine that actually happened to, and she said they spoke for a long time and they got along well and they thought they had connected, and then when they'd done the deed, she was very deflated, you know. She wasn't very happy. But I said the same thing. Deflated, like, you know. And I was like, well, you know, can't you show him, can't you tell him what you're interested in? Or I don't know, you know, the age old, I don't know, sexy underwear, lingerie under a coat, whatever, turn up at his house, do what, you know, I don't know, like. But she's actually said it got better and better because she actually did bring it up with him, and she said it was a really cringy conversation. It was quite a hard conversation to have, but she said he dealt with it so well, and he said, look, I'm just going to follow your lead, like. And she said for the next week it was like they improved every single time. They improved, and like they're still together and it's all hunky-dory, you know.
Because if you think about it, a guy might have been with a woman who didn't say anything, she's not giving him any feedback. So when he's on there going in, out, he thinks he's doing an amazing job because she might have faked it, or she's just not told him it was never good. So why would he think what he's doing needs to be improved upon? It's only when he met the other woman, your friend now, and she spoke to him and stuff, that he realized actually there's more to sex than just maybe what he was doing, and they were able to work on it together and improve things. And sometimes a man needs sexual confidence as well. Because we kind of take for granted that because a man's had a lot of partners that he's going to be good in bed. Not necessarily, because he may not have had that time to be with one person to build up, to develop a good sexual technique, you know, or, you know, be with one woman to direct him, or maybe, you know, the woman's anatomy or whatever the case may be. He might have just done his usual, put it in, you know, bang, 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 get on with it. And that's been fine for all these different women because they weren't in relationships. You know, might be having lots of one-night stands. And sometimes it takes that one woman to say, actually, babe, slow it down or do this. And it's how you talk to the man as well, because you don't want to make the man feel demasculated when you're talking about sex. And give him that confidence. So instead of like saying, oh, babe, you know what, you don't even make me calm, oh my God, it was rubbish, I was dry, whatever. You might say like, you know, babes, how about, you know, put a pillow under my bum, or let's play a game. My favorite one is let's play a game. And it's called Hot or Colder. Or, you know, the 1 to 5. And I'm like, okay, babes, when it feels really good, I'm going to say 5. If it's not so good, it'd be a 2 or a 3. And your aim is to get me to a 5.
That's a good
How
way.
can a man argue with that? The man
They're gonna try hard, boy.
Yeah.
They're gonna
You've not
try.
told him he's rubbish. You've not
Yeah.
put him down in any way. You've just kind of, you and the voice helps as well. You kind of use that voice.
You got a lovely speaking voice.
Lovely.
Lovely
You're a
speaking.
sexual coach
Trust
as
me, that
well.
would turn on anybody. I'm
Tell me
straight.
that.
Coach.
And I
Yes,
like
I'm a
to
sex
hear it.
coach as well.
Yes, man.
I have one speciality. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it after 9 o'clock. So a lot of women come to me to learn how to squirt, but that's probably another show.
Sorry, say that again.
So a lot of women come to me to learn how to squirt.
Oh.
Oh.
Natalie.
Oh. Okay. Lord of mercy.
Wait a minute.
What do you mean learn how
What
to
do you
squirt?
mean?
Okay, because all right, I believe that all women can do it. All women can do it.
Yeah.
It's
That's
about,
great.
Unless there's something physically wrong. But most women can. A lot of the time, women hold back. So when it comes to being able to squirt, at the point where they have their orgasm, it's like it's sensitive. Oh no, stop, don't touch me. So they don't allow themselves to break that barrier.
Right.
Because when you break that barrier of pleasure, that you become multi-orgasmic, and when you become multi-orgasmic, you're then able to squirt. So
do men like that then?
I can't speak for all men, but I have had positive feedback.
Because I've spoken to 2 men in particular about this topic. One didn't like it because he thought she wet the bed.
Yeah.
And, she pissed in the bed, and I was like, no, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
So he was not impressed. Yeah. And then there was another guy that I spoke to. He's like, yeah, man, that means you're the thing when they when they squirt. Man, I love it. Yeah. Natalie looks horrified. Why?
No, do you know what it is? Because all this time, I thought I was there, but
it's different levels.
I
Something else.
didn't know I could do that.
I think orgasms, there's some people that have orgasms, but they don't realise they're having orgasms. So I had a lady come to me saying that she doesn't orgasm. She's been with her partner for 10 years, blah, blah, blah. So I said to her, explain to me what you feel. And she said, oh, I get like a few twitches at last.
1 minute, yeah?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
I get a few twitches that last a couple of seconds. I said, that's your orgasm. And she's like, that's it. And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, oh. And I said, what were you expecting? So I think sometimes, obviously it's different for every woman, but I think some women have this kind of notion in their mind that it's going to last, 3-4 minutes, and they get quite disappointed. But when I explained to her that there's different types of orgasm, you have the internal orgasm, you have an external orgasm, you have a wet orgasm, which is known as squirting, and then you have your dry orgasm, which is the contractions. She understood it better. She was like, oh, okay. So I have been coming. I said, yes, but it hasn't been as intense because there's other issues maybe going on around the relationship, but you do orgasm.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't think that, because I know when I have an orgasm, trust me. I have not experienced it. Oh dear. I don't know where Nikki's gone, but I might share the screen myself.
The egg doesn't always move. I think it depends like where your mindset's at, how things are in the relationship. There's a lot of
She's back.
I'm back.
Hey,
okay,
Nikki.
I was getting ready to share the screen. Sorry, babes. What was you saying?
Who? Oh.
You, yeah.
No, I was just saying that there's, it depends, like how intense your orgasm is, depends on a lot of factors, like, how much you're connected to your partner, how much you trust your partner, what's going on in the relationship, what's going on with you, like within yourself, how connected you feel to yourself. All of these things can have an effect, or the quality of your orgasms and the intensity of your orgasms.
Yeah. All right, let's just whiz through these comments. I think as well, sometimes, I don't know, let me choose my words carefully, but there might be sometimes you might say to your partner, I'm going to come, and then they just start going faster when actually, why do you do that?
Yeah, they start changing the rhythm. What are you doing?
No, stop getting all excited and hey, and no, that's not what you need to do. Stay at the same pace.
Carry on doing what you're doing,
and I will get there. Don't start getting overzealous. But yeah, that helps.
Communication. That's where the communication comes in.
Yeah,
communication is key. Like, babes, keep it right there, right there. Don't change anything. Just keep it there. Keep it there.
Yeah. It's true. It is true. We have to speak up about what it is that we want as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Definitely.
Well, most of them are all. Tracy was saying, yeah, not sure about the days. However, you dug yourself out of the hole you was digging with your closing statement, but you know you can do all that in less than a day, right? Good old Roger. Yeah.
We do love our song.
But Sabian Mohammed said, disagree. It's for both. Women probably benefit more because it takes a bit to get all those nerve endings firing, but getting head is foreplay for some men as it is for some women.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sabian. Thank you.
Absolutely.
But yeah, everyone's saying, you know, it depends on how people roll and force. It depends on an individual. So, as we know.
Yeah.
All right, we've got some more there. Hang on, let's have a look.
What's this dirty lot? I've got a lot to say
I'm
about
telling
this.
you.
Look at you. Look at all you.
Exactly. Asia said it's for both. Different aspects of foreplay work more for a woman, but you both have to be in it to win it.
Like that.
You know, Asia. Yeah, it's true though.
Yeah.
What else is there? For both, it's both. To Lorene.
Yeah, Lorene Forrester says,
I would agree it's for both. It's a turn on to turn someone on. Very true. Although in my experience, men rise to the occasion sometimes without even without physical contact. But it can take a while longer for a woman to get happy. Not always though. Very true. Because again, it depends. You know? It depends. Ellie has said it's defo for the woman. Men get aroused so easily. But, you know, I think just because a man's got a hard on, what does that mean? Does that mean it is good and ready to go? Not, and again, not all men are the same. You know, just because he's got a hard on doesn't mean that might just be the beginning for some of them. You know, they need that.
Right.
Joe Smith has said, false. Me personally, I love a woman who wants to play with me and make me feel good. Love it. Just as I love to play with a woman to make her feel good. And I will give Joe Smith a round of applause as well, because he deserves it.
Ian said, it's for both women and men. Just got to make sure it's 50-50. Too many people like to receive and not give. And even when they do give, it's with no real enthusiasm. Because I'm thinking of somebody in particular. One of my peeps refuses to give head, but she'll take it. Yeah.
I know someone like that.
That's
all I'm going to say before she beats me up.
Yeah.
But there's men like that too. There's men like that they like to see, but they don't like to give.
They're not going to give. Yeah.
Nothing ain't happening if it's not reciprocated.
Yeah, you shouldn't have an expectation. I think if you're not willing to do something, you shouldn't expect it. If the person wants to do it to you, and that's whether it's a man or the woman, that's absolutely fine. But you should not request something or expect it if you're not willing to do it.
No, she doesn't request or expect. If they don't want to do it, then she's not going to be like, you have to do it. But she's like, don't go down on me thinking I'm going to go down. It ain't happening. It's really up to you. And I think it's freaking hilarious, but they all seem to go down on there anyway. So,
and to be honest,
fair play. Ian, what else did he say? He said there's no real enthusiasm. Some people have to be taught. They don't know their way around their partner's body, and many think they do as well.
Again, communication, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's true. And even going back to the head thing, right?
Stop the share, Nick, and then we'll go back.
Let me tell you something and keep it 100%. The only reason that I would do it, it's not because I absolutely loved the act at all.
Not my
Because
favorite
I want it. Yeah. So let me just do it because you can't do them things. Do you know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't necessarily be that I had to learn to like it even. And even then I could just like it. Sometimes I do it begrudgingly when I was sexually active with my partner at the time. It would be begrudgingly in my head. I think, fuck's sake, I don't want to do it. That's what I would feel like in my head. But I loved it so much that I had to do it because I thought, no, you can't do that. So that was the reason. But they still thought it was amazing. And I used to think, how? Because I'm really hating this right now. So how is it good in any way, shape or form? But that is why I did it. Otherwise, I would never, I didn't like it. And even then, now I don't mind it, but I don't love it.
Yeah. It's not my favorite thing on the menu, but I'll eat from time to time.
I can roll my eyes sometimes, like when I was sexually active. When I'm in one of those moods, I'll be like, oh, okay, in my head.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, it's a good thing that my face can't be seen because sometimes.
But there's a whole community of men out there who will happily indulge.
Yeah.
Without wanting anything in return. So maybe one of those men is better for you because they don't want anything in return. Their pleasure comes from pleasuring.
Yeah.
I saw a post in Black Chat Chocolate Spread, yeah. Shout out to Jessie. And it said, when I give head, the pleasure is not for you, it's for me. I will keep going, and if you die, you die. I was like, what's your number? I actually put that as a comment, it's a joke, but yeah. But there's some people that seem to be really, that's what
like,
they
I'm
like
trying to die from a head overdose today. What's the number?
Yeah. Stressed out. Yeah, could do stress release, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely something that used to it just felt like a chore, like, oh my God, this is so awful. This is just the worst thing ever. I think as well, I enjoyed it, so you can't do that. And then because of obviously who it was with, you don't mind it so much.
Yeah.
I do believe that it's the connection that you have with the partner.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
There might be something that repulses you with one partner, but another partner, you can't get enough of it because of that, who the person is.
Yeah. And unless it's a cocktail sausage, it's not the most comfortable thing in the world to be doing. I mean, there's more as a woman, you know what I mean? So I feel like you got to really like that person differently.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Some people have said to me they like the power that like having that power and watching the man's reaction and having that power, and I can see that. I'm getting inbox messages. Someone said no orgasm. Wow, no way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're hilarious. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, some people that I know, you know, like we grew up in the boom bye bye days and Bowcat days, Bowcat for dead and all these things. But I'm like grown people now, so it's not necessarily that. I do feel like for me, like I said, there's been years of celibacy for me in my life. So when I am sexually active, I would have to really like the person anyway. So it's not no big thing because I already feel connected if I'm there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So,
because you would have already built up that connection before you got to that stage.
Yeah, so I don't really look at it like how we used to look at it as kids. Now, to me, it's just part of sex. But
yeah, definitely.
I do think there's a lot of people still today that have those thoughts, like, oh, I'm a dirty girl, or if I do it, or some guys still say, I wouldn't expect my wife to do it.
I've heard a guy turn around and say that no, his wife is not doing it.
Yeah,
that's the kind of thing that he wants to pay for someone to do. Are you mad?
That is weird. Yeah.
Are you crazy?
No,
it's got
he's
like
just
connotation
like,
to it.
No, that's how.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's in the book of hoe excuses. Like that's your excuse to try and hoe it out.
Exactly. No, I agree. Because that's what I said. I said, but how do you know your wife doesn't want to do it to you?
Exactly.
You don't even know. You're just saying that because she's your wife, you know, there's this element of dirtiness. Like, my wife can't do that. What do you mean? Who else is going to do it? That was my reaction.
Exactly.
Who else is going to do that? Because if my husband tells me he cheated on me because I didn't give him a blowjob, then are you mad? Are you actually dumb? Like,
but I think it's because those men probably back in the day used to call women that did it all derogatory names.
Dirty girl,
so there's an internal conflict now. So it's like, right, if I think girls that do that are dirty, how am I going to expect my wife to do that? Because that means she's going to be dirty, because I believe that women that do this are dirty. So that's something to do with his mentality and his own internal conflicts.
Yeah,
because it is a healthy part of, I think that whatever a couple wants to do within the confinement of their bedroom is them. As long as they're both comfortable with it, they're both happy, no one's being violated as they want to be violated, you know, what goes on in the bedroom stays in the bedroom.
Could be anywhere. I mean,
you know,
you could do what you like, where you like, what you like.
So do you think,
if I give consent and he gives consent, then that's down to us.
Yeah. So whatever goes on, wherever.
Saying that, right? You know, there's like people have an expectation of how soon you should sleep with someone when you meet them, or if you're seeing someone not together. Yeah. What do you think? That's the same thing. Like, okay, so you might have broke the barrier of sleeping with someone, but how soon do you start doing things like giving head and doing all that extra stuff?
Do you know what? I saw this thing on YouTube, right? And it was talking
receiving immediately, but giving when? When does that start? Sorry.
This thing that's on YouTube, and I don't agree with it. It was like, if you like someone, something you should never ever do, like on the first time you sleep together, if you want to be a long-term relationship, is have oral sex. I think that's a load of nonsense.
Right.
I think it's whenever both parties feel comfortable.
Yeah.
I don't think that, you know, everyone has to set their own moral compass. So I personally wouldn't have sex with someone the first time I meet them. However, I wouldn't condemn someone that did, because there's couples that have slept together on the first date. They're married, you know, 10, 20 years later. It just all depends on the individuals and the chemistry that you have. Yeah.
Well, little Kim said the moral of the story is this: if you're not licking it, you're not sticking it. And I agree.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
If you're not licking it, you're not going to put it in.
Oh, shame.
Oh, see.
Every time?
If you're not licking it, you're not sticking it.
Do you remember that song? It's my pussy, right? Little Kim, don't you remember when she...
Yeah, I remember that song.
You lot must remember that.
Yes.
Oh. And then she says, the moral of the story is this: you ain't licking this, you ain't sticking. I don't know why I remember that, but I do. But yeah, and I agree. Like, I'm not gonna. We're not high school. We're not. I don't think you should have run around putting everyone's penis in your mouth.
Nah.
I do think it should be reserved for people that you are serious with. But I don't think you should be condemned or shamed for it either.
No.
Basically.
And I think what goes on in people's bed. Oh, Olu wants the link.
Tell Olu to check his WhatsApp, man. Olu's a joker.
Where you been, bro? Where you been?
Yeah, Olu to check in at this point. Now, Olu, go away.
Because he's going to keep us on it for a good another 2 hours.
Get out of there. He aired us for 2 hours.
I feel like there's a lot of...
on there.
Who sets these social standards anyway?
Exactly.
Who sets them?
Yeah.
Some people that are breaking the rules, people that are doing all sorts of stuff behind closed doors.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, we're at an age and we're at a time in our life where we can do what the hell we like, and so can everybody else. So I'm not in no position to cast no moral judgment on anybody that I feel might be doing something a bit different to me.
Yeah.
You know, and the vice versa. If I say I've done X, Y, and Z, then please don't come with your judgmental self clutching your pearls, saying that I'm wrong or whatever else, because it's me I'm talking about, my experience in my life. Do you know what I mean? And same for me. And I am very scornful. I must tell you this.
Me too.
I'm quite a scornful person, and it tells in my face. You know, I've tried to learn how to have the poker face, but the glasses help sometimes. But when I haven't got the glasses on, like, people see my eyes and they think, Nick, what's wrong? I'm like, oh, nothing, because you know, and it really does tell. But I don't try to judge. But the confusion sets in, and I'm like, shit. And like I said before, I ask a lot of questions. So I might be like, really? Oh, but what about this, and this? And it might come across that I'm being judgmental, or, you know, but I try not to be. But I am very, very interested in people and their experiences. So,
yeah. I hear that, because I feel that I can be quite a prude in that way. Like, to be fair, I'm saying this, but I'm not very open sexually. I really need a connection with someone, and then I usually just invest all my sexual energy into that one person. I can't usually, I can't think it outside of that. So I'm not sexually open and free like that with loads of individuals. So because of that, that's just because of the kind of person I am. I can be quite introverted anyway, and I like kind of like my set, you know, circle. So I think what I used to think, so you went and did that and did that and did that, are you okay? Do you get what I'm saying? I used to think like that. But I think as you grow, and I take it back to as you grow spiritually as well, you honestly understand about judgment. And so even sexually, no, it's not my path, no, it's not my road, but that's just because that's just the kind of person I am. It's not naturally because of thingy, it's because I'm quite to myself, and I'm quite in that area, I'm quite shy. So it takes a lot, and I physically need that connection. I cannot do it without it. I cannot give, you know, my face reads everything that I'm thinking, and so I'm very scornful as well. I'm like, oh no. But what I don't do anymore, what I haven't done for a good few years now, is that I don't, if someone's telling me something or you learn something about someone, I don't think, what is that's you know, that's nasty. What's wrong with you? Like, why are you doing that? It's everyone's own journey, and there's no shame in it if you ain't got shame in it.
Exactly.
Funny.
That's very true.
Exactly. And also, you don't have to tell people your business.
That too.
We've got into a culture where we like to talk about everything with everyone. If you are doing particular things that you feel that people may frown upon, why does anyone need to know? It's between you and whoever you're sleeping with. And if people are having a conversation, because you know the ones where you're in a group and people are talking about certain things, they're like, yeah, that's disgusting, and you just keep quiet.
You're there like, is it?
You're like, oh, is it? Did that yesterday?
Okay. Or why is it disgusting? Like, why it might be disgusting for you, but it doesn't mean it's disgusting for others. There's maybe things that you do that other, like, you know, people might think is disgusting. You know, so who are we to judge? And you know, I learned the hard way not to be judgmental, because a lot of the times in life we say, I'd never do this, I'd never do that, I'd never do the other. But until you're in a situation, you don't know.
Definitely.
I've learned that as well.
I wouldn't want to use the word judge, but have been concerned, because I had an acquaintance that I thought she was quite liberated sexually, and I quite enjoyed listening to her sexcapades and how free she was, until actually I realised it wasn't coming from a place of liberation; it was coming from quite a damaged place, and then I became concerned. It wasn't, or she wasn't in control as much as we thought she was, as much as she thought she was.
Right.
Controlling it, then it becomes concern. So if it's situations like that, but no, I'm not the girl.
Yeah, but you're not judging her. You're concerned about her welfare. It wasn't out of judgment, thinking, "Oh, you're nasty."
No, when she was doing certain things, I'm like, I could never do that, but tell me more. All excited. Yeah. I love listening to people's sex tapes, especially when you're sitting here celibate. It's
Oh, Trish.
You know what I mean? Like, really? This, like, tell me more. But when you're not in control of it and it's coming from quite a damaged place, and actually you've got some daddy issues and inner child issues that you might want to heal, then it's suddenly not so cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But what is it about humans that love to hear about other people's sex lives? What is it? Because we do get quite excited.
Just exciting. It's exciting. Because you think that they're doing stuff, even though we know what sex is like and stuff, but it's just exciting hearing somebody else's excitement. I get excited at someone else's excitement, whether it be
experiences.
Yeah.
Things that I would never do, because I wouldn't have anal sex.
Yeah.
But some of my friends that have had it have told me how fantastic it is. So I enjoy listening to it because I know I'm never going to experience it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Have any of you ever got turned on by hearing about something that was not conventional and you felt disgusted at yourself that you got turned on by it?
Yeah.
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 But there's certain like things that someone's told me, and I was like, I should really not be getting excited about this, but why am I feeling excited?
Yeah.
So I think there's something in the human psyche, like taboos.
Yeah. You're like, this is terrible. Tell me more.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
Oh dear. Yeah, should we move on to the next slide?
Let me see what else is on there.
Yeah.
Olu's saying he's having difficulties joining. Not sure why, but maybe it was meant to just be a girl chat today.
Maybe, eh?
Yeah.
Let's see what we got on the next slide.
Oh, there's
all right, more about that. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Inbox by another anonymous No Bravado member.
Yeah, we get quite a lot of inboxes of people who don't really want to.
Really? Yeah. I wonder why, though. Is that they just want to stay incognito?
Or they just don't want people to attack them.
They just don't want that
confrontation.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Or some people think that when you post things, this is your actual life.
Yeah.
It's not my life. It's just a topic. You know what
Facebook.
I mean?
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah.
So this one is saying a woman.
Oh, Olu's here. Should we let him in before we start?
Go on.
Shall we? We let him in?
I've let him in.
All right.
So a woman who goes through a man's phone is what is she?
Oh, well, let's stop the share.
Should we say hello to Olu first?
Let's stop the share and then we could go into the chat. Yeah.
Cool.
Because what it does is when we've got the share up, it just has one of the box, and I like to see all of our lovely faces. Yeah.
Evening, Olu. Your camera's not on, mate.
Really?
You incognito tonight?
Let's see what's going on here. Hold on. Give me a moment.
Come on, geezer.
After hearing us for 2 hours.
You know what I'm saying?
Is it working now?
No.
Oh, come on. I'm having to use my mobile phone here.
Right, okay. Right, so we've got your name up now, and you're not on.
Well, he did say
I know people watch just to see Olu's face, not to see the thanks screen.
That's true, you know, Olu.
But you know what? He did
Olu's
say
got a little fan club on No Bravado, you know.
Yeah, we've got a fan club. And he did say in the week that people like him for his voice, innit? So you did,
didn't you?
No,
the smooth voice.
It ain't the voice.
Give me a moment. Give me a moment, ladies.
We've got T Smooth in the comments saying, "Good evening, ladies. First time listener. Very informative." Well, hello.
Well, where you been, T? Where you been?
Thank you for tuning in. I'm glad you like. We're glad you like.
Good evening.
I can't see some of the comments, you know.
I think you've got to refresh your page every now and then, ain't you?
Right. Let's try it again.
You in, Olu?
No, Olu's still having problems with his camera. But let's continue.
Right, let's go on to the...
So women who go through a man's phone or vice versa, because I've had it done to me.
Yeah.
What do we think that's about?
Insecurity.
Total insecurities. I mean, it starts with insecurities. That's where it starts. Obviously, sometimes, you know, a lot of women will probably be like, oh, but I had an inkling, or I had a feeling, or I had this, that, and the other. But it starts with you being insecure. I've done it before. I'm not going to say I've never done it. Oh, look, Ollie's dropped off.
Yeah, it's all right.
I've done it before. But it was years ago when I was young and I was in my horrible relationship, and I done it, and I found shit on the phone, but done nothing with the shit I found on the phone. So what was I looking for? What was I digging for? Do you know what I mean? Because I wasn't in a place to confront him with what I'd found.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? But I used that information that I knew, that he didn't know that I knew, almost put me in a turmoil. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I was fighting with myself, and he didn't even know that I knew what I'd seen or anything like that. It kind of, you know,
just like took the opportunity to go through his phone.
Yeah, I just went through the phone because I had an inkling. I thought something's not right, and I thought, you know, the only thing I could probably go through was his phone. So I did go through the phone, and I found evidence that, yeah, he was cheating. But what did I do with it? Nothing. And it just caused more damage to me.
Ate you up some more.
Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Which in turn messed up our relationship. Which wasn't great in the first place anyway, you know. But, you know, I'm in another relationship. I'm in a marriage, and I would not dream of going through his phone. Even if I had an inkling, I would have to sit him down and ask him, is something going on? I have no inkling. No, I don't want to go through no one's phone. I just don't. Yeah. Because again, I find information. What am I doing with that information?
Yeah.
Nothing. You know, what are you going to do with that? And I tell people it all the time. If you're going to do that shit, make sure you're ready for what you might find, number one, and make sure you're ready to act on it if you do find something.
I totally agree with Nikki. I always say, like, you know, what you seek, you find. So chances are, if you go through the phone, are you going to be mentally and emotionally prepared for what you might find? Also, things can be taken out of context.
I was going to say,
So you might see a conversation between your partner and someone else that, you know, is deemed inappropriate or whatever, you start getting upset, but actually you don't know what the context of that conversation was or whatever the case may be, and you've got yourself all upset. You've confronted them, you've now shown them that they can't trust you because you've violated them by going into their phone, and it opens up those kind of worms. I think at the point where you have to start going through each other's phones, it's time to say goodbye.
That's right.
Yes, 100%. That's what I think.
100%.
That's what I think. Been there, done that, looked through the phone. Each time I looked through it, I found exactly what I was looking for. That was shit. Broke up with them, got back together. And I just thought to myself, if I have to feel like I want to look in your phone, I don't want to be with you.
Yeah, the trust is gone.
If I feel that, I'm not ever doing that again. So after that was years ago, and then for the last, like, I'd say, I don't know, 7 years of my life, I was like, no, I'm never doing that nonsense again. And if I ever in that situation where I feel like I'm being nagged that much, because one thing I do trust is my intuition. So if I ever feel like I can't, or I'm thinking about your phone, or I'm looking at how you're maneuvering with your phone, why is your phone like that? Why are you holding your phone? Or I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that again.
But again, I think that stems from insecurities that we might have, or that the female might, or the male, the person that feels to go through that phone, they've got some insecurities, because and I remember, and the same friend, she used to say, but he used to come home and he'd switch his phone off. If he didn't switch his phone off, he used to put it face down. And I said, but what does that mean? I don't understand. Like, he comes home and switches his phone off because maybe he doesn't want his phone to ring while he's at home with you. Did you know what I'm saying?
It's true,
Not that he's hiding anything from you. I'm not saying that he can't. He might be hiding something, but then he might also be cutting all communication, so his time is yours.
Give you quality time.
you know, and that's what I'm saying. It steeps from the insecurities, those insecurities, like Natalie says, or what you were saying, sorry, Simply Divine, that they, you know, they know now that they can't trust you. They're not going to leave their phone open around you, or this or that or whatever, and then things are just going to get ugly and worse.
I think also as well, when you're aligned, I think one of your guests mentioned it, not guests, one of the comments about the third eye. With me, I don't have to search. If there's something I'm meant to see,
it's gonna come right in your face.
Yeah, I don't need to look. I don't need to do. All I need to do is say, God, show me this person's true intentions. Yeah. And it could be something as simple as, you know, somewhere and, you know, somebody's phone beeps and you see like a number, because this has happened to me like a few times, not with partners, but I've been sitting next to someone and I've seen their phone go off and a name's come up and I'm like, oh, you know that person? And they're like, oh yeah, how do you know them? And I'm like, oh, I've been talking to them. They're like, oh yeah, that's my partner or whatever. I'm like, oh right, okay. You know, and I'm like, okay, well, obviously I didn't know. Just little simple things like that. And I remember my daughter telling me, I'll never forget this. She worked in a restaurant, a well-known chain, and a girl came in and was showing her friend a picture of the boyfriend, and one of my daughter's colleagues, it was her man. So as she was taking the bill, taking the money for the bill, she saw the girl showing, the girl said, oh yes, my new boyfriend. My daughter said that the girl started shaking, dropped the, whatever it was, and she's like, what's the matter? And she's like, I've just seen this girl showing someone a picture of my boyfriend. And she asked my daughter to go and speak to the person. And obviously this person only just started dating him, had no idea. He'd been with the other girl for 3 years. So God has a way of revealing things to you without you having to go and search.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah. Michelle said, Amma said, same. Anyone has done me bad, it always comes to me, either partners or friends. I never have to look. My ancestors don't play when it comes to me. And that's, again, we're you know, we're protected, aren't we? There's a covenant. That's what my granny always said. We have the covenant, you know, and I believe that. I didn't believe it when she was alive. That, you know, but my mum's passed away and my grand's passed away. My granddad has also passed away. And I honestly believe that those 3 people are keeping me safe. Like they keep I've done stupid things, and a lot of it is because I've done stupid things, but I think majorly, like they kind of guide me, and I think about them a lot. So when I do have things to think about, I think, all right, my grand's usually the first one. What would granny do? Okay, that's what granny would do. Then what would my mum do? And then what would my granddad do? And I try and think of, you know, them, how they were and what I think they might do. So the ancestors, it's a big thing. It's a big thing.
It is. Definitely. And we, like, was it you, Nassie? You said that you have that kind of intuition where you just kind of know stuff, and it might be as simple as, you know, you're driving home and someone just says you turn off and go down that road. You go down the road to see your man's car parked up, you ring him, oh, where are you, babes? I'm at home. Oh, you're at home, are you? But you know, there's something within you, just you were got in, you know, and what they call it, divinely guided to the truth. You can't even explain it.
100%. And Rodney MU said, is it justified if you find something? So he wants to know, is it then justified if you find something? I think that I don't know, it doesn't do you any good mentally, emotionally. It's not, and I'm not saying what I don't know won't hurt me. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if you're in that space, you need to question everything.
Yeah.
You need to question.
Like you said, you seek and you shall find, but you might find an innocent conversation or an innocent, something innocent that you've blown out of proportion. Because like you said before, you know, it's the perception of the perception. So this is what we're dealing with here. So if you're thinking, right, there's his phone, I'm going to go through his phone, you get in the phone and you're just scrolling for nothing. The first female you come across, could be his cousin, for God's
I
sake.
was going to say that.
Yeah.
And imagine the embarrassment. Like, it might be like, you know, him saying, "Oh yeah, you looked really nice last night," whatever. He went to meet his long lost sister that he didn't even know he had.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So,
or
yeah.
you know, someone sent a picture and that person might have even passed away. You know, it might be a picture of a girl that he knew from before, she's passed away. You've gone cussed him about this picture in his phone. He's like, "Actually, that's my friend from school. Someone sent me a picture because she's passed." How
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not on, mate, not on.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to share some of the comments then. Let's see what our public has said.
Right. Shame I didn't even know I answered.
Come on, Natalie.
What did I say? I said there's usually insecurity when this happens, sometimes warranted insecurities and sometimes not. Either way, if you do get to the point where you feel you need to check your partner's phone, it's time to assess everything. Either with them, yourself, the relationship, or all three.
Agreed.
I stick by that. Yeah.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Nick said that the woman's inquisitive. My granny would have said you're too fast, but they. Oh look, Lynette said it, too fast or insecure. Yeah.
Melissa Gold. Melissa Gold said, my partner did that to me 2 weeks ago. Saw that I had sent a selfie to a friend I've known for 32 years. Called me a cheater. I've not seen my friend for over a year. In his eyes, it's cheating. The names he called me.
Oh.
Wow, that's deep.
So
yeah. Was it a naked picture?
I know. Melissa, was it a one that he
was it a questionable picture? Why did he react like that?
Yeah. Okay. But so Lenore said, I hope you told him where to go. And she said, no, I hate to say it, no.
Yeah.
Lenore said, us queens are not here to be called names, hun. Seriously, you're better than that. And, you know, again, you can't be with someone that doesn't trust you, I believe. And I mean, this is a typical, like we said, it's something that's been blown out of proportion. You know, I hope it was just an innocent picture, but obviously it's been all blown out of proportion. So now she knows that, poor thing, how's she gonna cope with that? Right, that's Ollie coming.
Is that Ollie coming? Because I had a serial cheater one day send me a screenshot from my Facebook. Serial cheater.
Turn your background down, Ollie.
One day send me a screenshot from my Facebook. Serial cheater.
Turn your background down, Ollie. Getting feedback. There we go.
Yeah, so I had a serial cheater who I think he just wanted to have something on me because I think I kept finding things. This is many moons ago. So one day I woke up to my phone, not where I left it, but when I got my phone, he then sent me screenshots from a Facebook conversation I had with someone 2 years before I even knew my partner at the time existed. You really thought you sent me something. So to me, I was like, you were so looking to throw dirt on my name because you were judging me by your standards.
Exactly.
So many times that you went and sent me a message that between me and the ex-partner 2 years before on Facebook. Why are you in my Facebook? 2 years before I knew you existed. Yeah, so there's things like that as well. Sometimes people judge people as well by their own standards.
Definitely.
And again, it's because that's how they operate. It's a projection. They automatically think that everyone is operating from that
level,
or from that level. And it's like, no. And I saw myself explaining to him and I was panicking. Do you know that it was so bad? I panicked at first and I was like, no, it's nothing. And I thought, what the fuck? Thing. I haven't spoken to this guy in ages. Then I realized and I looked and I was like, no. And I sent myself screenshotting it and circling the date.
Oh
then
my
I thought,
God.
you're an idiot.
Yeah,
Like,
big
you
time.
can't. Yeah, you got to. I think I understand why some women have done it, because I think sometimes when you're in love, the love can blind certain things and emotion, and I think sometimes it's warranted. And when I say sometimes it's not warranted because some women are given reasons to feel suspicious. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
But sometimes you're not given reasons. Sometimes you can be sometimes you find the love and you feel so attached to a person that sometimes you self-sabotage, or you think you're going to lose it because you like it so much. You just want to hold on to it and suffocate it and squeeze it, and you're insecure about things that are not there because you think that it's going to go, or that something else is going to take it. So there's so many different layers to it and elements. I don't think it's like one blanket kind of situation, or it makes a woman this. It literally depends from where the intention is coming from, or where that has stemmed from, or where they are to make them do that. Sometimes we do it, but again, if I feel like I need to do it, I can say that now. But at the time, I felt that I was well justified and felt like I had, look, see, I knew I had to look, see, look, found what I was looking for. I felt really kind of justified for that. But in the end, now what? Because now, now what? So what does that do? What does that do for you? And why are you there? Really? So, yeah, it depends. Hi, Olu.
Hi, ladies. How are you?
Hello.
Good.
Finally got through.
To Symply Devine.
Hi, Divine.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I just want to. Can I just make a contribution there? With regards to going through people's phones, I remember many years ago, I had a friend. He suspected that his girlfriend might be cheating, because it's always come from somewhere. Saw somebody said, "Oh, I've seen your girl with this guy," blah blah blah. So he decided to go through her phone, and in doing so, he couldn't find anything, and that made him more angry. And I've always said, once you go down that path, be prepared for whatever you find.
Yeah.
Because you've got to look at the mindset. If you think your partner has something to hide, then you're really in the mindset, right? If they do something, if I find it, I'm going to do A.
Yeah.
If I don't, I'm going to find B.
Yeah.
So you've got to be prepared for whatever you find. And it's amongst guys now. I mean, guys have got this code. Back in the day, if you're with a woman and you're in a space, don't go for things, don't touch anything, because you might see something that you're not supposed to see. And once you see something, you can't unsee it.
You can't unsee it.
You see,
can't unsee it, boy.
And the amount of brothers that have got burned from that. Because the thing is, if you go for a woman's things, and you see something, you can't confront her unless you got some big chest, because she's like, why give me my things? So now the argument's cool.
Yeah.
You see now. And it also happens the other way around. If you go through a guy's things and you find something, he's going to switch to, why give my things?
Yeah,
so what you found is irrelevant.
Yeah.
So you got to be very careful here. You see now, got to be very, very careful. I mean, if you're going down that route, there's many ways you can get a private investigator and let them do it.
That's deep.
I know people have done that as well. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do that.
It's time to go, man.
Yeah.
It's time to go. It's time to go. Definitely.
Yes.
And then I'm going to break bread and pay someone.
Which is
That's
what I'm saying.
If you're going
down
these things cost
you've gone
money
down
now.
that route, your mindset's already there, isn't it?
Exactly. You're going to find something because you're determined to find something. Whether what you find is correct or not, you will find something. It's better that if you feel like you cannot trust the person, leave it alone. Do both of you a favor, because your inner peace is more important than anything. And if you're constantly tormented by the fact that your partner might be being unfaithful or disrespecting you, you're not going to have that internal peace. So once my peace is disturbed, bye. Nothing is worth more than my peace.
100%.
No, agree.
And also another thing to consider as well is sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. So you may see something and actually it's not what you think it is.
Yeah, Symply Devine was saying that.
Again,
exactly.
I know a friend one time, he decided to, back in the day, you've always got that guy can phone up, say, yeah, let's go and camp outside. I'm sure she's got a man. Let's wait outside the yard.
Oh my God.
You know? you don't get back. You know that you would have got that friend you could always call, yeah? So anyway, on this occasion, went outside the yard, a brother came out.
Oh.
Now what?
Exactly.
Now we're gonna do now. So man moved to, oh, you this, blah, 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 blah. It was his cousin, her cousin.
See?
Exactly.
Oh.
See? And this is what I said.
Be very careful. Got to be very careful.
Yeah, because black people be having cousins.
Yeah.
Upon cousins.
Yeah. Like we
that you don't meet till you're in your 40s. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's true. It's true. It is true.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy.
It's
I want to see what some more of these comments are saying. We got quite a few there.
So Olu got through in the end then,
He got through.
I was determined.
You're 2 hours late, but we will discuss that offline.
Ian says, if you go through my phone, don't ask me no question because I never send you in there. Exactly. A woman going through a man's phone has serious issues and vice versa. Agreed. We said that. Jasmine said, there's no trust in the relationship initially. Depends on when and how far into the relationship. There is usually an instinct or behavior from him repeatedly that makes her go through his phone. If not, none of the above, she's an outright nutter who just likes going through people them phone. Last but not least, if I ever get that inspiration to go through his phone, I'm in the wrong relationship.
Yeah.
Patricia said, period.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
Outright nutter.
Outright nutter. You just want to go through the people them things.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember that programs on the internet recently? Where Blue Therapy?
Yeah, Blue Therapy. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
and the girl was like going through his social media and stuff like that. I mean, it's deep now. You know, it's deep, and you've got to understand, even in a relationship, the other person has a right to retain some sort of individuality.
That's right, 100%, 100%.
You know?
Rodney Mew in the comments has said, is it justified if I find something?
No.
Yeah, we read that one.
Did you read it?
Yeah.
What did you guys
Two
say?
wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right.
No.
And you still violated them, whether you find something or not. It's still a violation, isn't it? So, yeah. Nah, I don't think so at all.
Okay.
It's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just like you can't do that to people, because like we said, two wrongs don't make a right, and you're violating someone's privacy, and everyone is entitled to their privacy. Yeah. Whether
when you did it, Nikki, that's not what you was thinking then when you did it.
It wasn't. No, and I'd done it, but again, that's what I was saying. I was in the mind because I was thinking something ain't right. I knew something right, and I did ask. I put it out there first, and obviously I was told no, you know. But yeah, I did. But then that's what I'm saying. I did it, but then done fuck all with what I found. So what was the point of me doing it in the first? All I done was damage myself more.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, if you feel big and bad to go through your man or woman's phone, then do it. But be prepared for what you might find. Be ready to. If you're
it could get you right.
This is what I'm saying. You have to be prepared for what you're going to find, and then when you do find something, what you're going to do with that? What you find? Are you ready to play? Because
you can't unsee it.
You can't unsee something, you know. And once you say that to that person, you can't unsay it. So for me, that's what I said. I wouldn't dream of going through my husband's phone, and I'm, you know, I can't put my hand in fire, but we've never had an instance where he said to me, "Oh, who's that? Who's that phoning you?" No, just don't, because we don't have that. We're not in that place. We're not in that.
Not that type of relationship. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? And we got, you know, the type of marriage that I'm in. We have to trust each other, because like Olu says, we both maintain our own individuality. I'm Mrs., he's Mr., but he's got his brethren, I've got my brethren. And then we do things as mum and dad, as a couple, you know, we've got our spaces that we fill up together, spaces that I fill up on my own, spaces that he fills up on his own. So I wouldn't even dream of going through his mobile phone because I know there's women's numbers in there. I know he has conversations with women and all of that. So what am I looking for?
Also, I think, sorry, in this day and age, isn't it normal to have pictures in your phone? Because those pictures could have been there, don't know how, we won't talk about you just in general. That picture could have been there from before you got together. You know, sometimes you keep a little library. Some people library of memories in their phone. Not that you're going through looking at your gallery every day, but they're just there. You might have had an ex-partner, you've got lots of good memories together, and even though the relationship's done, you don't want to necessarily get rid of those memories because not every element of the relationship might have been negative.
Absolutely.
You want to keep those memories, and then your partner looks in your phone and takes everything out of context. Why have you still got these pictures, whatever the case may be? And people are entitled to their privacy.
Relax, man.
It's
relax.
true.
Yeah.
And even if you did want to look in it every single day, I mean, obviously it depends on the catalogue, but it doesn't necessarily mean
that you're right there doing shit.
Yeah.
But you know what it is? I'm gonna throw something controversial out there. It depends on how secure you are in a relationship. Let me give you an example. Well, at my age, back in the day, you know, the men had the secret little. Some men had their little stickers. They called the stash. Yeah.
What, stash of women?
I was gonna say with your link ups.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh, pictures, magazines.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Get that.
Now they subscribe to OnlyFans.
So man would hide that in his room. And inevitably, the girlfriend would always find it. Yeah? Now, has the guy done something wrong?
No.
See? Because back in the day, that was something physical, tangible you could find now. Nowadays, it's on people's phones. And phones have become people's part of the extension of their personality. They know. So now, especially the younger people, that's why when they violate on the phone, they take it so personal. But I think our generation, we can detach ourselves from that. Say, well, you know, it's only on the phone. It's not that deep. But to them, it's part of their being.
Yeah.
You see now. So if you are talking to another person that your person doesn't know on the phone, it is considered as cheating.
Yeah.
Well, have you guys heard of the term micro cheating? A micro, which I only heard about this when I did a podcast with another group. A micro cheating is things like, you know, flirty conversations, sending or receiving pictures. So you're not physically cheating, but you are still doing things behind your partner's back that you know they wouldn't approve of. So it's called micro cheating, going into people's DMs on social media and sending flirty messages and stuff. It's all known as micro cheating. So it is a thing.
I know someone who went through that type of thing where her partner had 2 phones and she managed to get into the other phone, which is not his normal phone, and then found that he had a whole different persona and was messaging women. Was messaging women on dating apps and stuff, and sending nudes and stuff like that. He promised her that he'd never met anyone and he'd never cheated on her physically. But in my eyes, you've violated me and you abused my trust. How
are you supposed to trust that?
If I find my husband or my partner has got a next phone and if your name is Bob and you're calling yourself James and you're sending these women dick pics, literally sending dick pics and receiving pictures of women underneath and stuff, that's a violation. That's abusing my trust. You might as well have had sex with her.
Yeah, but Nikki, can I just address that? There are many issues you've touched there. He's gone out to create another identity to pursue women. That is cheating. That's cheating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because the intention was there, so much so you create a separate identity. So that is clear cheating. But if he's just receiving stuff on his thing, and that's his team, because remember, that could be magazines, or pornographic material, whatever it is.
Okay, I see what you mean.
That's different.
But I say what I would say is different in that sense is if you find on your man's phone that he's been visiting Pornhub or some other place. To me, that's the same as finding a porn magazine or whatever under the bed.
Yeah.
But if a woman is sending you nudes, that's something different.
Because it's opening the gate, isn't it? It's like when
something
you start to do those things, you're opening
totally different.
You are opening the gateway to cheating. Because I would say that even in the most secure relationships, sometimes you're in a situation away from cheating, meaning all it takes is the right
for you
person
to say yes
at the right time, where you're in a state of vulnerability or whatever the case may be, and in a split second of, you know, losing yourself, you can cheat.
And also you got to understand as well, the word cheating now used to be a physical thing. Now it can be something done virtually. So for example, subscription to OnlyFans.
Nah, that's not cheating. Nah.
Really?
Nah.
What?
OnlyFans.
No, I wouldn't say that's cheating.
But isn't that just like Pornhub?
Yeah.
Subscription is subscription based, isn't it?
Where do you draw the line?
Subscription based pleasures.
If your partner wants to kick off to the bathroom and, you know, with his phone and look at videos, that's his business. That's his private time. You know, I wouldn't have an issue with that if that's, you know, if that's what he wants to do. If he wants to go, but you know, having one-on-one conversations with someone he could possibly meet up with at a time that me and him might have a disagreement, and she goes, "Oh, what are you up to?" "Oh, her at home's annoying me," and she goes, "Oh, do you know? Why don't you just come in for a drink?" Next thing you know, he's gone for the drink, and whatever the case may be, that is cheating. That is dodgy. But you know, looking at
so Divine, he's physically gone out of his way to make contact with that person. But I would consider if, for example, my partner decided she went to a male version of OnlyFans and she's saying, "Show me your dick, I'll pay for money for this." But that's cheating in my book. Blatant, that's cheating for me.
Okay, if she told you about it, if she said to you, "Babes, you know, it's a fantasy of mine and I get excited by seeing pictures, and you know, I'm gonna go on OnlyFans. This person's in America, you're never gonna meet them," but she's told you, she's open about it. She says, "You know what, babes, it's my fantasy to get pictures of random penises." Like, would that be cheating? She's told you.
Divine, how many women you know are that open?
Me.
Right.
This guy, you know.
It's true though, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, like, so even going back, like when my brother was getting married all these years ago, a few years ago now, I think, you know, Omar said, "Come, let's go to a strip club, a strip bar or whatever." So my brother's wife to be at the time was like, "Oh my God, do you know where they're going?" I said, "Where are they going?" "They're going to a strip club." And I was like, good for them. Like, it's his dad do, and that's what he's supposed to do. She was like, "He's not going." And I said, "Well, good luck with that, because I'm not telling my partner at the time, husband, that you can't go nowhere." Do you know what I'm saying? You can express that you're not happy, but what's he going to do? Like, literally, he's going to go into this club. He's going to pay money to watch some woman jiggle her tits about in a G-string. You can't do nothing. You can't touch. You can't do nothing. What's your problem?
It's a minor. If you're secure in yourself, those little things that worry you, like, I don't understand women that get in an uproar because their husband or partner watches porn. I'm like, okay. Like, what is, I don't understand what the problem is.
Yeah,
like, why are you getting upset?
But you know what it is? From my point of view.
I would say,
Sometimes they disconnect from you though and are more connected. Chris Rock said his whole marriage broke up because he was addicted to porn.
That's what I was going to say. If there's an extreme, so it can become an issue if your partner is so into porn that he's neglecting you and you're, you know, forgetting that you're around. And I totally agree, it's an issue. But everything in moderation. You know, if he wants to every now and again, when you might be on time of the month, or you're not feeling well, or you've just had a baby, or whatever the case may be, and you're unable, or you're going through a period of celibacy, because some people practice celibacy within their relationship, and he still needs to be satisfied. Do what you want. No, not do what you want. Watch your videos.
And also as well, remember on this, I don't want to talk about porn, but we are anyway. when
I went to get my mum a cup of tea and I've come back and we're talking about porn. But what happened?
I'm talking from a male perspective now. It's a form of escapism. It's a fantasy. just because you're looking at a certain woman in terms of the porn and your partner might be different, I think some women equate it to, oh, is that what you like now? You see now? And so they get insecure that way. But if you say, listen, it's just, this is what I do. It's not about you, it's about what does it for me. Subconsciously, you've got to reassure her and say, listen, baby, you might be slim and the porn is big women. You see now? So it's really about reassuring that person. It's not about you, it's about me.
So question, Olu, you said earlier that if your lady was to subscribe to a particular place, you would consider that cheating. But why is it not the same for her?
Because men can separate sex from that emotional ties with relationships. Women, they're more emotional. So if a woman is actually thinking, it's one thing visualizing it. If you're putting your money in your pocket as a woman and paying for that, you're halfway there.
As in, what? Sorry, wait, sorry. If the
guy's shaking his penis and he lives in New Jersey somewhere, what doesn't matter, does it?
There's something called penis envy for guys, you know.
Oh my God.
Oh, now we're getting to the
thick of it. Like, it's I don't get the
just like we have flat stomach syndrome.
Don't get me started on that. Don't wind me up to die. Rodney asked, what if your woman works for Pornhub? How about that?
You better not be insecure.
If women at a pajama party go overboard with a male stripper.
What's overboard?
Well, we've seen some videos, haven't we, in the past where the male strippers had it off with the person celebrating and next minute the man's not married.
Have you seen them videos?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Chocolate City.
There was a couple of incidences. There was Chocolate City where girls went wild. Relationships broke up over that because when videos started.
Because the man then was bending over the girl on the stage, brocking them up, bending them over. Didn't he broke up one and bust up her neck?
Yeah, because he dropped her, isn't it?
No, but I don't think that would end the relationship. I think because at Chocolate City, afterwards you could have
some
private dances.
Yeah, there were some things that
so you could get to choose which. I'm not speaking from experience, by the way. You could choose which.
There's a nice smile on her face, though.
You wanted to spend, I think it was like 10 or 15 minutes with in a private room. Now, for me, most men probably would not want their woman to do that. And obviously, from what I heard, I actually became really good friends with one of the strippers, one of the American strippers. And he was telling me that after the show, a lot of crazy stuff went down. You know, women would be like, you know, going home with the strippers, things that happened in the tour bus and things like that, hotel rooms and all the rest of it. But, you know, if you know you've got a man, if you know you have a man, the responsibility is on you to conduct yourself appropriately, because you can get excited and caught up in the moment of the strip club or whatever the case may be, but you have to keep your head about you. You have to set your moral compass. If you are single, do what you want.
Yeah, but I mean, do you remember like 20 years ago, we used to have strippers in rave clubs, you know, and the women used to go mad.
I don't know what kind of club you was going to.
Players. They have it in Players.
What you mean when they had
like, remember Satisfaction or that?
I was gonna say, yeah.
Remember back in the day, yeah, right, okay.
Right, yeah, I do remember that.
Right. Do you remember how women used to go crazy? Like they've never seen man before.
Yeah.
These were middle-aged women, you know.
It was a bit.
And I know firsthand what used to happen after some of these events.
How do you know firsthand?
Firsthand.
Was you in the toilet?
Was you in Satisfaction, Ollie?
No, I was not in Satisfaction.
You sure about that?
No.
Was you got chocolate in Satisfaction?
I wasn't big enough. But it used to be crazy. Because they were like the black version of Chippendales, weren't they?
Yeah.
And every rave they went to, the women would go crazy. We're talking about fraying knickers on stage, black women, you know.
It was mad. It was
mad.
I went to 2 shows. Mad. Yeah, it was mad. It was mad. But I've never really I don't know, I've never really enjoyed, you know, I like dancers. So I don't mind watching male dancers. That's brilliant. But strippers just don't, I don't know, it just doesn't.
No, they just don't do it. It's cringe for me.
Easy.
Yeah, you've always
And I
said
think
that,
the male anatomy is not very good looking. So
What?
the male anatomy.
Simply is like, what?
No, I don't think it's that good looking. I mean, I think it's a good tool. I don't think it's good looking.
I think it depends. Like, you know, some men have very pretty appendages. I think it depends on. But that's a whole other show.
That's
a whole
different
other show. Yeah.
That's a whole other
yeah.
show. And can I just pick Olu up, please? You know, I've got to get you every time. He was like, you know, and these women, they act like they've never seen men before, and they were going on like this. And these are middle-aged
black
women,
women.
you know.
Yeah.
Olu, your coochie does not close for business, and your nerve endings do not die when you become
pass
middle-aged.
30.
Yeah,
They
no, that's
are
fine.
allowed to get excited
I agree.
over the baby oil as
I
well.
agree. Let me respond to that. I agree, but you'd have thought to have some decorum when they're in public and seen see a partially naked man and they're losing their minds that they've never seen a man before.
What with all that baby oil? What do you want them to do?
Yeah, it could be. It is exciting.
Imagine.
Could anyone date a stripper here?
What's up?
Could anyone date a stripper here?
No.
No.
Oh, why
You
is that? Why is that?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Why?
interesting, ladies. Why is that?
They for me, I've always said this. I always say, even when I was engaged, I said to everyone, let me tell you something right now. Don't you dare get me a stripper. They make me feel sick. Yeah.
Wow.
I don't like it. I'm like, oh, I don't like it. Don't gyrate your things in my face, your bat and ball. Don't want it. So I just don't like it. And then, but that whole physique is not for me either. So I think it's a lot. I think it's literally just a preference thing. And then the whining, I don't like it.
Yeah.
So it's not because of the job. It's because it makes me, it's like, the whole facade is cringe.
So all that magic
light
thing is not for you, there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not for me.
No. I'm not really a fan of all of that. And I can appreciate a good looking, handsome, well-built man. Of course, I can appreciate all of that. Like I said, I love male dancers because I feel it's worth it to watch a man dance. But strippers don't do it for me. They just don't.
Why could you simply?
A stripper is a person, like, you know, he's a person, he's got feelings, he's got emotions. It's a job that he does. It's saying, like, could you, you know, I wouldn't date an undertaker, I wouldn't date this, but I wouldn't date that. But at the end of the day, when he comes home, he is just
Well, even after your male stripper friend told you of what goes on the tour bus, that would
I actually have a friend that is a stripper, and he's got a partner, child. He's like, I'm not interested in sleeping with no women. When they're doing what they're doing, he goes, I'll go to bed. He goes, I'm not interested in that. I like the whole kind of performing element of it. The women element does not excite me. So I think it's like a massive generalization to think that all strippers are out there sleeping women after the show. I think it's a very individual thing, and you know, I'm sure that, you know, strippers are, it's just very nice people. It's just an occupation. They like to entertain women. They are well endowed, so they're using it to their advantage. You know, it's a good way to make money and doing something you enjoy if you enjoy entertaining. So my friend wants to go into acting, and he knows that, you know, the stripping is giving him certain exposure, and then from that exposure he's been asked to do different things like music videos. So for him it's a route into the entertainment industry. So
no, that's fair enough.
I could date a stripper. It wouldn't be my first choice, but if I met someone and they were really nice and we were aligned and everything fell into place, and they said, oh, by the way, I'm a stripper, I'm not going to discount them if up to that point I was feeling them, you know.
No, I get what you're saying, because I think it's the same thing with a DJ though, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Same sort of thing with a DJ.
Stripper than a DJ. They're stripper than a DJ.
Yeah. I don't know. I just get like, I feel like that I get quite possessive. I feel like, I don't think I am, because my husband's never told me that I'm possessive, and I'm not a person that's, you know, I'm not that needy kind of pick me person. That's not me. But I feel like I would be a little bit overbearing just by knowing what women might be like, you know. But then I say that my brother's a DJ on the jungle drum and bass scene, and my sister-in-law has a flipping heart failure every time he goes to play out.
Why?
Because of the women, that the same sort of thing. She must think he's a stripper, because it's the same reaction. Like, he almost has a heart failure when he goes out and he DJs. And my brother's the same. He will go, he will do his set, he'll finish, he might have one drink if they're lucky, but he's normally home by 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, he's not into all of that. He doesn't stay out. He goes, he makes his money, and he goes back home again. So
I guess it goes back to what Symply was saying. Sometimes it just takes just the situation, you know, the right time and the right situation and the right person for it to go the way that you don't want it to go. So I guess if more opportunity, then that fuels insecurities, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I think a decent person that respects his relationship, or her respects her relationship, they're not going to put themselves in that situation. So it doesn't matter if you're, you know, pastors have affairs. I don't think it's to do with occupation. It's to do with the mindset of the person. And if that person weighs up, okay, what am I gaining against what am I losing? Okay, I'm gaining sleeping with this person for a couple of nights or a couple of weeks, whatever. But actually, this is what I've built over here with this person. We've built a nice home. We've got our children. You know, we've got plans, whatever, you know, to retire, wherever, Ghana, Jamaica, whatever the case may be. If that person thinks I'm not willing to jeopardize that for this, you don't have to worry. It doesn't matter how many women throw themselves at him, how many men throw themselves at the woman. If that person has a mindset for their partner, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm on social media a lot. My partners never have to worry. You know, I get people in my DMs morning, noon, night. Some are quite nice, actually. I'm like, oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hello. But my mind isn't there. My mind isn't there.
Yeah, and like you said, it's just the right time, the maybe the right person, right time, wrong situation, wrong mindset, which then tumbles into something. And that's what I kept telling my sister-in-law, like, listen, you need to worry about the girl that's serving him in the sweet shop, not the girls that are dancing in the club, because it could be anybody. Like, do you know what I mean?
Don't worry, because at the point where what we resist persists. At the point where you start to worry about your partner being unfaithful, you start to attract that situation to yourself, because you'll start behaving in a way that will be conducive to arguments start happening. When the arguments start to happen, you start to grow apart. You're growing apart. There's opportunities for him to build positive relationships with women outside of you. The woman that is, you know, you're meant to be his peace. When he comes home, he wants to be like, hi babe, you're right, how's your day, dinner, blah, blah, blah. Not like, oh, so who was you talking to today? He's going to stop wanting to come home to you. And relate it to your children. I've got a son, and my son said to me, all you do is complain. And he says, I don't even want to come home from school. And I had to take heed of that. Every single time, from the minute he comes through the door, I'm like, you left all the lights on in the house, you didn't put your bowl in the sink, this, that. I'm like, you know, obviously he's 13, he's young, but if I continue doing that to him, as soon as he comes through the door, bombarding him with the things that he has not done, he's going to say, do you know what, actually, I don't want to go. What's the point in going home? My mum nicely. All my mum does as soon as I get through the door is complain at me. You know, what is that doing to my son's psyche? It's the same thing with your partner. Every single time it's a question time, it's an accusation time. He's saying, what am I going home for? When the woman at work, Sue at work, or, you know, whatever, Carol at work, it's always like, oh, hi, how are you? Shall I make you a cup of tea? He's going to start wanting to spend more and more time at work.
Divine, quite simply, the man just wants peace and cooperative with his wife when he comes home.
Exactly. And food.
And dinner.
No interruptions when there's football.
And dinner. And the best thing to do is just, you know, what you need to do is become his friend's friends. That's what you need to do. Not spying, you know, if you're with somebody, then, you know, their friends become your friends. I'm not saying to take their friends or spy on him, but, you know, if you're with someone, then you should know their main friends, right? And he should know my main friends. And that's what I mean. The female ones as well as the male ones.
Yes.
You know, my husband's got probably a handful of very, very close, good female friends. And I will class them as friends as well now. Because we've been together for a long time. So I will class them as my friends. And there's certain times that they might call me and be like, oh, Nick, we're doing this, that, and the other. And then I'll say to him, oh, I'm going, he'll be like, oh, she never told me. Well, you're not invited. I am. So, you know, and I just think that's how it should be.
Yeah,
you know?
definitely.
I'm not going to look sideways at any woman that's my husband's friend. Like, I mean, come on, he was a man before he met me. He was a person, a whole person for however many years before he met me, and so was I. So I have male friends, he has female friends. Those people need to be respectful to my partner, and I need to be respectful to his friends as well, and it's vice versa. So
you're correct. It's important. I think the only time to worry is if your partner has friends of the opposite sex that they hide from you. That's when you need to worry.
No, that's not on.
Yeah, I disagree there. I disagree there, and the reason why, because sometimes, okay, let's put it this way: you meet a person, you like him, you get into a relationship with him, and then all of a sudden you realize there's all these women that he probably hasn't told you about. Sometimes the hassle of having to break down or explain how that person is a friend to you.
Yeah, but
that comes with time. It comes with time.
Yeah, but see, no, that confuses.
It comes with time. You can't expect to know all your partner's friends overnight.
No, of course not. No one's saying that.
No, we were talking about in gender. You've been with a partner a couple of years. You should know their female friends. If they
but it took time.
New friends, if they were new female friends throughout the relationship, maybe they met someone at work. If they're open about it, oh, babe, she's a really nice woman that's come to my workplace. Her name is whatever. There's no problem. If he is hiding or avoiding talking about this person, you know your radar has to prick up. The reason why he's hiding his interaction with the person. But if he's open about, whatever, you know, Samantha from work, you know, even if she said she's pretty or whatever, it's like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. But it's when people are coy about things that puts your radar up. You're like, there's a reason why he's being evasive, probably because he might be hurt.
And that's probably not to do. That's not that other person. It's your partner.
It's how they feel about that person.
It's not about that other person. It's about that, you know, my husband or whatever man feels the need to keep it away from me. That's troublesome.
I agree. And similar with you, like if you meet someone new through work or a new man, I mean, I meet people on the road all the time. I'm not going to hide it. I'll be like, today, you know, I met this really nice guy actually that owns this supplement shop, and I was in there talking to the guy for 2 hours. I'm like, I've got to go and wetting myself. I've got to go to the toilet. I've got to go. But it's not a secret. It's not, you know, it's not a secret. You know, I can say, oh, you know, he's actually really nice. He was good looking as well. Dominique
Just say something. As men, we can't tell our partners that we met again and she gave us a hard on and we talked them for 2 hours.
Maybe.
No, you're not.
It won't go down very well.
That's not what she said, Ollie.
That's not what she's saying.
It won't go down very well.
You always got to take it there. That's not what she said.
But you know what? But there's certain women that their man could say that and they'd laugh about it. You know, I think it's how secure you feel in yourself as a woman, first of all, and how secure you feel in your relationship. I think those are deciding factors. If a partner came to me and said, oh no, I met this girl, and you know what, my trousers got a bit short, I'd probably laugh. And I'd be like, do you know
I'm not there yet.
Nobody can take it.
I'm still in recovery.
Take it if I say, oh, I saw this guy and I look like I was smuggling macadamia nuts. As long as he can take that,
macadamia nuts, that's hilarious. Oh gosh.
Well, 3 hours, Pete.
I was just about to say we need to wrap up now.
Wow.
But before we wrap up, Ollie, we wanted to ask a male perspective. Do you know, guys, that what's the term? Simply
semen retention.
Do you know guys that practice semen retention?
It comes under the era of sexual discipline. So there's a school of thought that some men believe that because it contains your life force, it's very important that you are particular where you put it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So for example, those who do sports, like I used to fight, and I was always told by my trainer, before the big fights, don't have sex, kills the legs. And top athletes, they refrain from sex because it makes them more edgy and it does sap something from you. Now we take it into the context of a man trying to fulfill his purpose. There are some people who believe that, you know what, sexual abstinence, or what they call sexual discipline, because that's what it comes down to. You are being disciplined about your sexual activity, can help you in terms of your concentration, and you filter out the rubbish. You see now, because if a man's focused on just chasing girl, something has to give. But if he's focused on, you know what, I ain't got time for that, and putting his energy into fulfilling his purpose, he's more likely to be more successful. So, you know, so I heard the conversation when you said probably the Japanese or the Chinese. Yes, there's a lot of things in that. And also somebody mentioned about you know, women are receivers, men are givers. You put your sting, like you're charging your battery. You've got to be very careful because, as I also heard, the transference of spirits, you know, of that sort of energy from one person is real.
Yeah.
Right.
It's real. And some people, they know it, but as you say, once you know, you know.
Yeah.
You know. And there are certain things that you can't just pretend they don't exist. You know, which is why you have people who say, you know, after a very traumatic relationship, you have to cleanse, take time out, remove the bad from your space, see what's really going on. That's why we say, before you date someone, do some background checks, because that person may have something in them or their family that you're inherited in.
DBS.
And you're not even aware of it. You think, where's this craziness coming from?
DBS, whole health background check, everything.
Yeah. I've actually heard a guy say to me that he was dating. He was on a popular dating website. I don't know if we're allowed to say the name. Something to do with fishes. And and he said he met this girl and he slept with her. And he said from the day he slept with her, everything started going wrong.
Wow.
Things, his house started breaking. He lost his job. And he said he believes that there was, because he said the minute he discharged, that he just felt different, and he looked at her and he was just like, can you leave? And he said she just started acting weird, and he said that he believes that she brought him bad luck. So I said to him,
or maybe if you just say, can you leave straight after your discharge, that might cause someone to be a bit disgruntled.
She left you after that, boy.
Curses. But
I'm thinking you need to do a cleanse now. You need to get your, your salt, your Himalayan salt, your Epsom salts, run your bath, put some lavender, some essential oils in there, say your prayers, immerse yourself in that water, ask God to separate your energies, because obviously you've merged energies with this person. You now need to ask to be cleansed and restored, for your own energy, your spirit to be restored back to you, and to have a energetic separation from this person. He's like, do these things work? I said, well,
yeah, absolutely.
what you're doing now, can it? If you've been breaking in your house and you ain't got no job now, you better hurry up and get that sorted, mate.
The only way is up.
Do you know what I mean? Try and sort up. Okay, well, I wanted to hear from a man, because I don't know, what's the longest period that, well, that's a bit personal, but I wouldn't. You're not gonna ask because you
probably won't answering this.
Have you, Olu?
You're on the wrong show.
Wrong show.
Olu, you've not been celibate for long, then I take it.
How do you know?
Because you're asking.
You need to ask the question. I didn't even get the question out, and you was like, no.
No. What I will say is this, yeah.
Or do you know men who have had long stints of celibacy?
See, part of me says, you know what? Men who feel like that are simps.
Men who are who have
like
long periods.
A beta man, they're man who can't get girl. That's why they talk like that. Yeah? Right? No,
so that answers the question about whether Olive
like that. No, there's people that think like that. There's people that think like that. Oh, they just say that because they got no game. Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
Right.
But also, there's a school of thought that says, you know what? if that's what you're on, you can pay for that and still fulfill your purpose. Because the issue is this: it's not having sex; it's sexual discipline. And as men, sometimes it takes a long time for us to understand what that really means. It just means be more discerning when you put your things. You see now?
Yeah, because I think
more discerning. That's what it is. And if you're somebody who's highly
Didn't answer the question.
pay for it. Just pay
he
for
never
it.
does.
What's that?
Natalie said you didn't answer the question, and I said you never do.
Yeah, but that what? Okay, I could say 6 months. It doesn't mean anything. That information is useless to you. It's the meaning of it. Because sometimes you can meet when she goes, "Oh, I've been celibate for," and well, good luck for you. What does that mean?
It means that she's got sexual discipline, or he's got.
Exactly.
Yeah, or it could be, yeah, the person is so traumatized and taking time out from the sexual game. You see now. So there's many interpretations. So I don't ask somebody how long you've been celibate. I just say, if I was in a dating thing, I'd say, are you ready to encounter a new relationship? That's a more meaningful question to ask.
Okay, right. But we can ask you that. Yeah. What we are was Olu for president, because honestly, you're the real politician in this group. You answer things like a real Tory, man.
Exactly.
All the time.
So
what do you think, Nikki?
I think what we're trying to find out, Olu, is have you ever practiced sexual discipline?
And if you have people who do,
and if you do, does it actually work? Does it make a difference to your psyche, to your spirit, to your whole being? That's what we want to know. It's not about how long you've
let me give an example.
Does it make a difference?
Look, an example. Look, an example.
And these are two personal examples.
Look.
Number one, two personal examples. Like I said, I used to fight, and my trainer said to me, "Olu, never have sex the night before a competition." Yeah, it was a mixed martial arts competition. Yeah, and I remember I went all the way to Scotland. I was fighting. For some reason, we had to fight 3 times before I got a winning result, and I lost it. And I put it down to my partner. Time said, "It's all your fault. Could you let me know you wanted something?" But when I look back, I already knew what I had to do. You see now, I just wasn't disciplined enough to want it that badly. So that's one example. Another example, when you take yourself out of that game and you exercise sexual discipline, you become more focused. You see now, you become more focused because...
You know.
Do we? But this is what we're asking, because you're the only man on the panel. So do you actually become more focused? Is it a build-up in your inner psyche for you as much as it is?
No, it's not the physiological changes. It's the emotional,
that's what I mean.
The mental toughness it gives you. Yeah. It's a mental toughness, because what you're saying is, do you know what, the gal thing, I'm going to put over there right now, because that's a minor. I'm not going to put my energy into that. I'm going to put my energy into this. So you're sharper, you're more purposeful, you're more resolute in terms of what you're pursuing. Because my dad always said to this, whatever you practice, what you become good at. Yeah, that's why you get some people, some men, they're wicked guys because that's what they're perfected. That's all they know. But that's all they're good at.
Nothing more but that.
So that's what I was saying. But people, as you see, you get to an age, you mature. But as you get older, you realize, no, if I want it that badly, I can go and get there, pay for discretion, and come back to what I need to do. I'd have to run game with no girl. You see what I'm saying now? Because some people, they haven't got time for that, because a relationship is like an investment. You've got to work at it. You see now? So that's my take.
Thanks for not answering.
Yeah, you kind of answered it, but not completely.
He's not having it, you know.
Oh no!
I can't take it every time, and he gets away with it.
The original meme just basically said that we do the work spiritually, and would abstain from sex, but men don't, and we're trying to establish if that is true or not.
Some men do, but for different reasons. Like I just said to you, some men would say, "Oh, I'm not on that. I'm doing this." No, you probably your game is weak, and you've been getting so much bun that's what you're saying to redeem yourself.
Olu.
No. Yeah.
Olu, been getting so much fun, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Wow.
Okay. This is the test. When a man says that to you, look at his outcomes. That's what I'm going to say to you. If he's really doing bits, yeah, you can believe him. If you're just saying that you can't really see nothing tangible as a result of abstaining, he's just chatting. Leave it that way.
Okay.
You know?
Well,
and also, just to add as well, I heard someone said about, men are into this connection thing. Lies.
I don't agree that's a lie. Some men,
Lies,
men are the same, Olu. Some men do want a connection.
What does that actually mean? Hold on, what does that mean? Connection. Break it down for me. As a man.
That they actually want to feel like they like the person likes them. It's not just a physical thing. They don't just want to have sex. They actually...
Stop there. Men don't feel, men do. See, women feel, men do. See the difference there?
So men
do. Men don't feel, they do. So when a man says to you, when a man says to you, right, on a date, I feel this connection. What he's saying is, I sense this sexual energy between us. You mean that's what he's tapping into. He might use the words so he gets online with what you're feeling. Trust me.
So we're saying that. We're saying that, yeah. When a man says that, he's chatting rubbish. Right. It's just a sexual thing.
No, what I'm saying is this connection.
What you said.
Right, this connection.
You said it.
Right, no. I know what I said. Don't misquote me. I know what I said. Yeah. This connection, if you say, someone says, they're not into this connection thing. I'm saying, what does that actually mean? Are you talking about sexual energy, sexual attraction, a meeting of minds? What does that actually mean?
It's all sexual for a man, nothing more.
I was gonna say.
Some conversations with guys, and actually, they like talking to me. So it's not sexual.
Okay. Okay, let me give my perspective. If you're talking to guys and they like talking to you, it's A, you don't want to have sex with them, or B, they know it's not going to happen.
I'm done.
I don't agree.
Don't agree.
We've got to go
so
work this morning, so we're going to let her go.
We have some other guys on to challenge Olu, because I would like to have a different perspective from a guy, because I'm pretty sure some of your Bravado guys are quite emotional and in touch with their feminine sides. And are still out.
Name them. No. Don't make blanket statements. Name them. Don't just say things like that. Name them.
You're blowing no one up on here tonight, Olu.
No, because you can't be making statements. Some of them, no, because by inference, what he said is that I'm not. Name these people then, if you're so confident. There aren't any.
Hold on, Olu, but you can say you may not need.
You know 1,000 of them, do you?
You haven't got 1,000.
But Olu, you might not need the connection to be able to seek someone, but I'm sure that for every one man that doesn't, there's one man that does. Because
that's not what I said, Devine. I didn't say it me. No, I didn't say that. Don't. I see what you're doing here.
Look at the politician. Look at the politician that you did.
It's so great to watch. You can learn a thing or two from Olu, I swear, on how to not answer questions and just get by.
You 100% said it.
No, what I said is
have you never felt connected to no female?
No, you said men.
I said some men. I didn't say me. I said some men. I said that's
men.
why I gave you two opposing views to it. I did say that's how I started off. Some men might say it like this. Some might say it like that. I didn't say my view.
How do you see it?
Yeah. Have you ever felt connected to someone?
Oh, good luck. You ain't answering that.
I am. Natalie, I'm going to answer that question, yeah? I'll use that word before. Listen, I've used that word before. Only because I couldn't use
connection out of it.
Because in during that time I couldn't use the word I really wanted to use.
Which was?
I'm feeling you.
Sexually.
Yes.
But not.
So are you saying that you didn't feel it, but you've not felt that connection, but you just said it?
No. Okay. Do you remember when I said to...
So you lied.
No. Trisha said to me, she knows guys where they've said they've got a connection, but she doesn't want to sleep with them. The guys are very simple. Don't make it complex. We're very simple. If we're attracted to you, we want to have sex with you. End of. If we're not attracted to you, we'll have all the connections that you want. It's not going to happen. You see that? We're very simple.
All right, let me give you a different example. There was a guy that I dated after a while. Yeah. So we talked.
Was he a connection guy?
Yeah, we liked each other. We talked.
Don't answer.
No, but later on, as we started to date, he said to me, I wasn't really looking for a relationship, but as I spoke to you and I got to know you, I like you. So, and then we had a relationship and he stuck around. But that wasn't his intent in the beginning.
Okay, so when you first met him, were you attracted to him?
To a degree, but I was a little bit not sure because I just felt like.
So therefore, when you first met him, he was in a friend zone, wasn't he?
Well, everyone's in a friend zone when I first meet them.
Okay, but I'm talking about you. So generally, when you met him, it wasn't like, oh wow, you thought, you know what, I like you, and as you got to know him, things developed. Yeah.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say to you is now, you took him on that basis as a friend, and vice versa with him. You see now, and it bloomed into something else. What I'm saying is, a lot of people upon initial contact, remember, men, we're very visual. Before you open your mouth, we're attracted to you physically.
Right.
And then it's a case of, okay, what does she sound like? Is she a nice person? And you might get points or lose points as opposed to what happens after that. Men are very visual. With women, a woman can like a guy physically. He opens his mouth, she might think, what the hell is that? And just go right off him.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. That's happened. Keith says the majority of self-confident men are sexual predators, and as much as they would like to be celibate, attraction would love to be. I can't see it. Hang on. Why I embarrassed myself without my glasses. Majority of self-confident men are sexual predators, and as much as they would like to be celibate, attraction would love to be acted out, but can become friends of a sort.
There are people that have been put in a friend zone and they've been let out by the woman.
Okay. But he's basically saying the majority of self-confident men are sexual
predators. So they are just looking something.
Just confirm what I said, yeah. You know?
Do you think that's true?
I don't.
I don't think that's true.
I don't think that's true. Unless I'm just shit at reading men then, because...
Do you remember the film When Harry Met Sally?
Yes. When they're in the restaurant.
What's that film all about?
Him trying to sleep with her.
Men and women can't be friends because sex always gets in the way, isn't it?
Right.
That was from
friends is Mel, and I've never had sex with him.
That's because you probably don't fancy him. That's why. He wants to have sex with you.
Me and I don't fancy him.
You don't know that, Trisha.
I do know that. If he fancied me, he'd say it, I reckon.
Not everyone's that bold, you know.
No, apparently.
If he fancied her, he would have done.
It would have, yeah,
from a long time.
No, because men's egos are fragile and men are fearing rejection. So if a man is not 1,000,000% sure that you're into him, he's not going to try it because he doesn't want to be rejected.
Unless it's a dead cert. And you know what? If you're going to test him, yeah? Tell him, tonight, I'm feeling a bit horny, my man, come round.
No, this is awkward.
No, try that and see how fast he come around your yard.
No.
He'd laugh loudly.
He would laugh at me and be like, go and look after mum, yeah? That's what he would say.
I do think that a lot of men don't approach women, because I've been told this before, because they just think there's no way I'm going to say anything to her. So it's not because, and they sometimes then give you the impression that they don't like you, and it's not that they don't like you, it's just that the confidence to step to you is not.
The game is weak. They got weak game. Game is weak.
What's a
game is
game?
weak. It's weak.
Oh no, what's strong?
Yeah, what is a strong game and what's a weak game, please?
This is a strong game. Let me say a strong game.
Listen, I'm there thinking simply.
Let me answer the question. This is what a strong game looks like. This is strong.
You started it off again.
Strong game looks like this. I like you, and he tells you intention straight up. He doesn't care whether you say yes or no, because he's thinking if you say yes, it works for him. If no, it is what it is. That's a strong game. A weak game is he's hedging his bets. He's seeing any people in the background. He fears that if I say no, I might lose a friendship, I might get embarrassed. That's a weak game. So he ends up in the friend zone, waiting for that phone call in the middle of the night when you're crying, oh, he did this to me again, calm down. That's when he jumps in. That's a weak game.
You know, I have to agree with Ollie on that. I actually have to.
There you go. Thank you very much.
I don't agree.
No, but there
Divine, can you explain why you agree?
So if you say yes, you say yes. If you say no, you don't. You say no, it don't make a difference to them. And then there's the other guy who's scared about being rejected, and he will wait until you're vulnerable. My friend calls them the break in case of emergency brothers. Yeah, that they're there for that time. That you're at your lowest point, you're bawling, it's like, oh, I'll come around to bring you some whatever, something to eat. You're there crying on their shoulder, and you're crying on the shoulder, they're looking at you sideways thinking, yeah, this is my opportunity.
Yeah.
Start to slip their hand in your bra whilst you're crying. I'd be so annoyed. I'd be so annoyed. Like,
there's guys out there though. There are guys
like that.
No, I know.
So annoyed.
I agree. I totally agree. There's guys.
Any of you ladies, have any of you ladies been told that you're not approachable, or the fear?
Yeah. All the time.
All the
Natalie,
time.
have you been told that?
I get people in my inbox telling me I'm not approachable, but I'm like, but
why.
here you are.
Here you are. I get that. I've seen
one of the most confident people that I would say, quite confident, said it took him over a year to approach me just to say hello. Over a year just to say hello. Because I just looked that unapproachable.
Guys out there like that still. A year. 365
quite
days.
Confident, quite confident.
Hold on. And we have phone, we have email, and he couldn't tell you. Use any of those methods, even if you couldn't do it face to face.
To say hello. Well, go on.
If I was going to date Trisha, if I was a guy and I was going to date Trisha, I would probably, I get it though, I'd probably be a mate first and then get in there from there. I wouldn't try and dive straight in because I know that she's a certain woman of a certain astute, you know, so I'd be like, I can see why men would try and,
Natalie,
you know.
When I say direct, I don't mean like a bull in a china shop. Obviously, there's some sophistication about it, but you would know where you stand with that guy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but how soon?
That's irrelevant. But what you don't want is
irrelevant.
Very relevant, because you could have moved on, had kids at picket fence, and then that by the time it becomes relevant. Exactly. Then you would have missed the shot. Because
women are different. That's why you have to give respect. Women are different.
What?
But in terms of when you approach them. So what I'm saying is, when a man approaches a woman, it's better we stand with that man than not know. And then he tells you later, oh, I've always liked you, but I didn't know you were my type. That's a weak brother. You don't get with brothers like that. Trust me. Because what they've done is they've used your weakness or insecurities to attach a relationship to. You see now? So they played you basically. And so now you're giving them sympathy relationship.
I had a person that I knew in the industry when I was in the industry a lot deeper, quite a while ago, and it was just kind of high and by. We had conversations. They would like pop up for chat every so often, but nothing like that. And one day, I don't know why, we ended up having a long conversation in a party. This is about 4 years after I knew them. And they said to me, you know what, I always wanted to chat to you.
My God. What did you say
I know. I always wanted to chat to you, but you don't have
Natalie,
that.
What did you think of him at that moment?
I was just like, oh, this is awkward, because I don't like people talking to me. I get awkward in those situations. I'm an awkward person.
What did you think of him as a man?
I reckon that energy probably transfers, because everyone says it. Like this, that it's just like, oh, you don't know how I'm gonna.
It's uncomfortable, not for you, for him. But how did you feel about him when he told you that?
Nothing. I just like, oh, okay. I never got that from you. That's what I just thought.
Olu wants you to say that he was a pom-pom, innit, Olu?
No, I'm not saying
that.
No,
I didn't feel like he was a pom-pom.
The fact is this, which is quite interesting. She wasn't attracted to him. So he didn't even register on the radar. So when she's like, oh, it's a bit awkward. I saw you as a friend, and now you're telling me this. So that's the point I'm trying to make. She wasn't attracted to him. You see now? So guys because there's some guys who are very skilled at doing that, they'll be your friend. They'll be the guy who call any moment, he'll pick up anytime you're distressed. They wait for that phone call at your lowest moment.
But you know what? He wasn't my friend. He was someone, like people that in the industry or the circuit. And you kind of like, hi, and they follow you and you follow them, but you don't chat. They might like a picture every so often, or they might respond to a story or a thingy once in a blue moon, but you're not friends like that. And then one day,
he had the courage.
He would like things. He would like things all the time. Very confident person, not ugly person, got girl. He's in a very, let's say, got fame. It's not going to be short of thingy. So my thing was, why would you be scared to approach me?
Because you could reject him. And
rejection, yes, rejection.
Yeah.
But some of the most confident guys, that's what she's trying to say. It's not as if he doesn't have, he seems to be confident. And it's not as if
he's a famous person. Like you're not short and you're not an ugly person. You're very well established, very highly respected. So for me, there's a part of me, I tell you what, I thought of it. It was a bit awkward and I said I never got that from you, but there was a part of me that thought, okay, like didn't believe it. I wasn't interested anyway, so it's not like if I did believe it, then I would have been interested.
There you go, yeah.
But also there's the difference between outer confidence and inner confidence. A lot of people have outer confidence, but deep down inside, insecure.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's what I say. Man who's got real game. You know what? You met the guy before. You may like that, and you could tell back and say he doesn't cage get to the next girl because he backs himself every time. He could be short. Not going to about short people. He could be not appealing to you physically, but he's so confident. You know, I know a lot of African guys like that. They back themselves.
They believe in their magic. Yeah,
they do.
You know, you would say to yourself, "You're bright to even come up to me," because he believes he could.
Yeah. Or the people that go for the two friends don't care. You're openly pursuing Trisha. You're openly pursuing Trisha. Now you're openly pursuing me. Are you okay?
No. He's okay because he's confident. That's the difference. Yeah, he's confident.
He's increasing his odds. He's increasing his chances.
He's playing the numbers game.
You're someone.
Oh my God.
And a guy like that, I do have to react to a guy that, you know, he may not be the best looking, but he might have that golden personality to make you laugh, and he will approach you. And the thing is, you end up giving him the time of day because he's charming and he had the confidence to approach you, even though you might be thinking, right, do we look like we're on the same level? But the fact that he had that confidence, I mean, you end up speaking to him, you're like, actually, he's all right. Next thing you know, you've gone a couple of dates. Next thing you know, you're in a relationship.
And hear the joke, Devine. Hear the joke now. He knows he's not good looking and doesn't bother him. He knows it doesn't bother him.
But he'll make sure his shoe game's on point. He smells amazing.
He makes you laugh.
And he can make you laugh. Yeah.
You laugh your way to take off your knickers. That's part of his skill set. Yeah.
And he knows that's what he's got to do. Yeah. That's what he's got to do.
Well, you'll get a good looking brother. You'll get a good looking brother who physically looks like the part, and he will take, like you say, a year to even say, "Boy, I like you. I've always liked you, man." Huh? You couldn't even tell me. I thought you was.
Yeah.
The short guy, he will please you in the bedroom because he knows he's
got to work.
He knows everything's on point, so he's not going to be selfish in the bedroom. He is going to pull out all the stops to make sure that it rains, to make sure you have to put up the umbrella.
The squirt.
And I heard about that squirting thing, you know.
Yeah. So hang on a minute, Olu. So you were actually watching the show when you should have been on the show?
No. I was driving home. I was driving, So I couldn't while I was driving, I mean. So I thought, okay. That's what it was. So I listened to the whole show, and the squirting thing is quite interesting because I know women who have been embarrassed by that.
Yeah.
Because I think in our community, it's frowned upon, isn't it? Like, you're nasty, you went to bed, you're dirty girl, and things there. Well, actually, it's quite an experience that very few women would actually experience.
Yeah. I might sign up to your workshop because I don't know how you could teach someone how to do that.
Yeah,
because I don't physically teach them, but I talk them through the mechanisms of their body and
letting go
what they can do to increase their chances of it happening. So not just from the physical perspective, but also from the mental perspective.
The mental perspective.
Women are having sex and thinking, "Oh my God, my cellulite, my stretch marks, my this, my that, my belly, my belly." They're not relaxed enough.
Yeah.
Being confident no matter what size you are. From the time you feel confident and you feel energy, that energy is going to transfer to your partner. And I like, through being a talk show host, I speak to a lot of guys, and I remember having a conversation with these guys in Satay Bar, which I was like, even I was surprised. And it was 3 guys, black guys, talking about, I like it when a girl's got cellulite on her legs. I like when she's got a bit of stretch marks on her breasts. And I was like, wow, you like stretch marks? And what the guy was saying was, one guy was saying that when a woman has stretch marks on her boobs, in his head, he thinks, oh, they were bigger than this. They were bigger than this. And now they've got stretch marks, it means they shrunk a bit. But I wonder how big they were. So that turns him on. And the other guy was saying that with the kind of cellulite, he said he likes a bit of jiggle. He likes cellulite on the thighs. And I was like going, wow. And another guy says he likes stretch marks on the belly. And I said, why? And he goes, because it shows me that her body did what it was meant to do. It's just his personal preference. So I was open mouth thinking, wow. And all this time I'm pulling the belly and I'm doing this and I'm doing all this.
Can I just say something as well, Divine? Notice how interesting it was to hear from a man's voice what they like and not what women think they like. See?
No, exactly. And I think more women need to hear men speaking about what they like. Because it's not all about the flat belly and perfection. A lot of my gym friends, guys I know that train, that have amazing bodies, they're like, you know what, I like a woman with a belly.
You'll be surprised what they like. You'll be surprised what they like. So some people think, oh, he's really fit. He got to fit women. You'll be surprised what men like, you know. It would shock you.
We are shocked.
It would shock you what men like.
According to Kevin Samuels, you have to be a high-value woman. A high-value woman not have cellulite and jiggles.
A guy told me he likes mummy arms. I goes, what? He says, I like those school dinner ladies' arms. I don't know if it reminds him of something.
Yeah, I've got to work on mine, boy.
Yeah, I've got a little bit.
Mercy,
But the funny thing is,
start yoga again.
You know what it is as well. You know what it is. You see, men can, as you said, men can visualize. If you've got the stretch marks, it means it was either bigger or smaller, but they like that, or they like a bit of cellulite or a bit of something to hold on to, some sort of meat, something like that. But are women as understanding with men's bodies?
I am, but I don't like belly.
Oh, you see?
Too big. No. I don't mind a little bit, but massive rolls. I don't think guys should have rolls and back fat. That's just me personally, and I don't
Why not?
I just don't, because to me it reminds me of a feminine shape. So if I see a guy that takes off his clothes and he's got loads of rolls, for me that looks feminine, because women have rolls. So that's just my personal thing. I like a man, whether he's big or whether he's small, if he's got a little bit of a belly, I like him to have a masculine physique. I don't like when men have feminine physiques. I just don't find that appealing.
Do you remember a few weeks ago there was a post about different men with different body shapes? Which one do you like?
Oh yeah,
that's good.
That was quite interesting. Some of the responses, what women tend to find attractive there. It's quite. You did like it too fit,
too muscly.
Like it's quite interesting. That it's quite interesting. That.
Yeah. You have to bit of balance, like you said. You know, I don't mind the little.
I think you know what it is. I think people just like people who are age appropriate.
Age appropriate.
No, that's just you.
Yeah.
What do you mean age appropriate?
So if I'm in my 50s, if I was to look at a woman, I'd look at a woman who, considering that age group, looks age appropriate. I ain't looking at no young thing.
Wow.
But what's the 50-year-old look like though? What do you mean?
Put a woman 45 upwards would look like a mature woman.
What is that though?
No, not all.
You have to explain that.
Okay, let's be too general. Okay, put it this way. Okay, so you'd have to consider her lifestyle. Is she a smoker? Is she a drinker? Does she have kids? And you put that all into the equation, and then you look at the woman and think, yeah, she's age appropriate. But if you see a woman, you must have seen this woman who they're old and they've done surgery and they clearly look like old women trying to look young. You think you don't even, you know what I mean? No.
Yeah, muttonish. Just
they're not age appropriate. That's what I'm saying now. So they've got the tight thing, but you see the skin, it's all sagging like turkey neck and all that.
All right, I get that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, really.
But it's very hard. But it's very hard with black people because you can't tell our ages.
It don't crack.
Yeah,
Nikki, you get some middle-aged men now, they're wearing the t-shirt and they got pregnancy. And you're like, you're not supposed to be wearing that t-shirt.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm getting that. I'm getting them.
Strict rules for the middle-aged people, then, you know.
No,
So
I haven't got strict rules.
I
He
have
wants to
seen.
take them to school.
I've got strict rules.
People like what they like. There's some people that prefer that, like, you know, people looking muttony. There's someone that will get turned on by a pregnant man. There's someone that likes people that's like younger than them. You know, people just like what they like.
They like what they like, innit? That's what makes it
There's
a beautiful
something for
place.
everyone. There's someone for everyone.
There is.
Well.
Thank you for having me. This has been amazing. I'll come again.
Please do. You've been absolutely amazing.
It's been.
I love everything
brilliant.
that you've said. A lot of what you said has really resonated with me, honestly. So I will definitely be looking into like the stuff. I'll be coming to you. Let's just say that.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
You can come
I'll
back.
definitely be coming to you. And
Hopefully you'll have us on your show as well.
No, 100%. I'm starting back my show on Sunday, but I keep putting it back. I think it's one of those things that when you sometimes come out of the momentum, because I did it for like 4 months straight, and I needed a bit of a break over the summer because it's a lot to commit to. And I keep saying, right, I'm starting next week. But I know once I do start, I'll be back on it consistently. So I've got a waiting list of guests, but you ladies are definitely, all 3 of you are welcome to join me.
Lovely.
Amazing.
All right, so tell everyone where they can find you on all your platforms and blah, blah, blah.
I am Symply Devine on everything. So on Facebook, you can find me Symply Devine. On Instagram, Symply with a Y_Devine. Snapchat, Symply Devine. I don't really snap that much. I'm also doing the fitness motivation. So, you know, thank you to everyone messaging me saying they're loving my workout videos and they're getting back in the gym and they're working out because that inspiration. That's one of my daily, what's the word?
Routines?
Daily objectives is to inspire, uplift, and entertain.
And you do it well, my love.
Thank you. Well. You guys too. Absolutely. Thank you for having me. I really did love. I mean, for me to be here for 4 hours.
Wow.
Again.
Do you know what? And we always say we're going to do the show should be an hour, 2 hours, and then it ends up being 3 hours, and then Olu comes on, and then that's another hour. So, Olu's the fire starter.
Him.
I'm not, you know. I'm not. You know.
Yeah, but no, it's been a long time coming. My mum got discharged from hospital today, so yeah, she's home. That's why I keep disappearing and running into the room. But I was like, we're not gonna cancel her again because we're not gonna, and I'm gonna pop in and out because mum, she's all right. She's got her remote. She's chilling. She's going to come home.
I love mum.
So we definitely would do it again. I'd love for you to be reoccurring because we share a lot of the same views. There's many things you can talk about, and I like listening to your voice. So
me too.
Thank you.
Speaking voice, man.
Thank you. Can I just say the energy has been, because I'm very much an energy person. First time I've met Nikki. Love you, Nikki. Love your vibe. Love your smile. Olu, I love your politician vibes.
Oh gosh.
I'm really impressed. When you said your age, I was like, damn, okay, you look amazing.
See, that's what he likes, though.
There's a fight club on there.
Beautiful black man. Natalie, lovely vibes. I love your sincerity. And Trisha, love your vibes, love your ethos, love your businesswoman hat, love your fashion sense, everything. So
thank you so much. Thank you, my darling.
You're
Pleasure
welcome.
having you, and we'll definitely look forward to talking to you again.
Yes,
definitely.
Take care, Devine. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, darling. So, Olu, what you been up to, Mr. Going on with Attilian and all the other bits and pieces that you've been doing?
Well, like I said, I've moved into the local authority care market. So again, I'm really spreading my wings there. Excited. I got a big piece of work. I'm in conjunction with, I don't mention the borough council. It's a big borough council. They're looking to use my work. So it's really about, like I said, intervention at the key stages. Because a lot of people do intervention too late. So we're looking at primary schools. We're looking at when they start secondary school. We're looking at PRUs and stuff like that. And what I've learned as well is that you know about country lines, don't you? Country, yeah. It's even
County lines.
County lines. So basically, county lines is when some of these people on the streets, they send young people.
Oh, yeah. Say no more. Yeah.
But let me tell you another phenomenon which is growing in number, which is quite concerning as well. So we know about the postcode wars. What you get a lot of people doing now is they're recruiting young people as young as 8, 9, and 10 to go up to, they give them a weapon and say, right, go to that boy over there, walk past him and stab him. Because
like initiation,
because the ops don't see it, do they? You see a young person come to you, you don't expect him to come and do something.
Oh, of course, right.
That's
so your guard's going to be all the way down, right?
That's the latest thing now. And the thing is, they can't get into trouble because they're under 10, under 11. So whereas before, if I live in Edmonton and I got beef with someone in Tottenham, and I go to roll up to him, you could see me coming. But if I said a young kid, you're going to be oblivious to it, isn't it? That's the latest thing now. That's the latest thing. Yeah. So you get a lot of people, by the time they start secondary school 11, they're in that gang mentality already. They're used to violence. They've held a weapon.
Yeah.
So it's about now looking to how we can intervene at a younger age to really prevent that.
Right.
So that's what I'm working with now.
How is that going to impact on your day job?
Oh, well, like I said,
it's taken off. So
it has, yeah. I've gone full time, so I'm not in schools now.
Oh, okay, you've left.
Wow.
Well done.
Yeah. So I had to go for it. Yeah, I'm not in schools now. So like I said, I've got one bar I'm working with, local authority care. I've got a few more I need to send with, but this big one in London Borough, don't mention the name. If this one bangs, it's going to be something phenomenal. It really is.
It will bang.
Right.
Yeah.
It will bang.
Yeah.
Listen, I definitely believe in energy, as you all know, and the prayers and stuff that my mum got. We thought we was going to lose her at one stage, and all of the well wishes and all of the prayers. My mum's in the room. Trisha, can you go and get me tea with her remote? She's chilling. So it is about really believing in your energy and your vision, and putting your
just going for it.
Just going for it, putting everything behind it. I've learned over this has been a real humbling few weeks for me, and I have learned that, my God, when we pray and when we focus, miracles can happen. So you'll get there, my friend. You'll get there.
Yeah, no, it'll be good, man. It'll be good.
Great. Just keep focused.
Yeah.
We're gonna pray.
And also what I learned as well is, you know what, you can't be half-hearted with these things. Because at first I was a bit half-hearted. I don't know. Let me just put one foot in school and just go for it. The worst can happen if it doesn't work. I've learned something from it. And since I've just gone
back
for
and
it,
get a job in another school.
That's it.
Different mentality, And
okay?
also what I learned is this as well. Sometimes as entrepreneurs we think, oh, I don't know, I'm not quite ready. What I've learned is this: say yes, figure it out later.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I agree. Get on with it.
Figure it out later.
Yeah.
That's what our non-black counterparts are doing,
Yeah.
But it's to have the braveness to do it.
So are you going to be hiring staff, or have you got staff? Because I can't imagine you're going to be able to do this.
No, I've got, like I said, because of my teaching background, I know lots of teachers who say, "Oh, when you're ready, I'm there." So I've got people on the know, but I've got to understand that when people buy into my service, it's me they're buying. So I've got to show anyone I recommend is of the same sort of quality, because the work I do is challenging. I mean,
it really is.
We're talking about the kids who are they're just one step away from prison.
Mm.
You see, one step away from prison, and it requires a skill set that is very, very challenging. I mean, when you see a teenager in your face going, "Oh, shit, what do you do about it?" You've got to hold your nerve. You've got to be professional. Look him in the eye and say, "There'll be no shanking tonight." And that takes confidence to say that. I mean, not everyone can do that without responding as an adult.
Mm.
You see, and then training other staff how to deal with that, conflict resolution. It's not easy. It's not easy.
It's not.
Easy,
Rodney says, very inspirational, Olu, and spud you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, it really is.
No, that's very inspirational. And if you need female mentors, you know where to look.
I know exactly where to look.
With that said, Nikki, because I always believe in us mentioning what we do every single time, just in case we've got new viewers. So
I'm part of an organisation called Womanhood Academy, and we do empowerment workshops for for females. I won't say it's exclusively for Black children, but we only have Black children. But we're not exclusively for Black children, but the facilitators are Black, so you will be getting a Black service. So that's what we do. Every Saturday we are from 10 to 11:30 for 8 to 12-year-olds, and 12 o'clock to 1:30 for 13 to 18-year-olds. And we are online at the moment because we still can't find venues that are properly hiring out and stuff. So we're still online, all by Zoom every Saturday. We have a nice, decent following at the moment. And yeah, it's working really, really well.
Yeah.
So Nikki, so do you work in conjunction with the Manhood Academy, or is that?
Yes.
Are you the female arm to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay, I've heard of them. Yeah.
You heard of them?
Yeah. I've heard of them.
So we're the female arm. So we work alongside each other, but obviously you've got the masculine and the feminine energies that work separately, and we do joint sessions as well with the girls as young as 8.
Wow.
Just to make sure that and we have a lot of children that have dad issues, single parents. We've got a couple of single dads as well. So yeah, it's quite a mixed group, mixed ages. Obviously, a lot more single mums than single dads, but we've become like a family. Like we're like family. Like I get some of the mums calling me up and asking me questions and like, can you talk to her and stuff? So I literally sit down and talk to these girls and, you know what I mean, try and help them through this crazy madness called life, man. And if this was around when I was a teenager, I would not have done half, 3/4 of the stuff that I did do, and this is not a slight on my upbringing or my parents or anything, because when you're outside of your house, you not forget, but you're outside of your house. You act a certain way indoors, you act a certain way out of doors. And if I had this older female that wasn't my mum or my aunt or someone else giving me guidance and advice, I think I would have been a lot more further than...
Hindsight's a great thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I keep saying that's why I talk to my boys, my nephews, people. I'm trying to download information that I didn't have.
But so we've got to remember that they haven't got the capacity to retain what we're trying to tell them, because they're not at our stage yet. And that's the hard. Even with my own daughters that are 26, nearly 27, I try and talk stuff through them, but their brain's not the same as mine because I haven't been through my experiences. So those red flags that I spot and that I see, I try and explain it to them in whatever it might be, but it's hard because they're not where I am. So, but that's where my negotiation and experience comes into play, I suppose.
Yeah. Because it's definitely needed. I was going to the hospital to take something for my mum, so I parked up going to the shop, and then as I was parking up, I saw these 2 girls. They looked about 11, 12-ish, and then there was another. They were just standing there, and then a boy. He didn't look no older than 10. Walked up to them. They exchanged something, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like, you guys are you're kids." They're street dealing on the corner now, and it's definitely time to do some work with ours, because they're ours. Exactly. Our generation coming up. Exactly. So as Stephen Oram as he points out, there are many, many, many kids that are doing well and that are not on that side of the fence, and it's very important to mention that as well.
That's definitely
because it sounds all doom and gloom, like all of our kids are going down a slippery slope, but there are many of our kids that's proud and gifted, celebrating
doing fantastically well.
So, you know, but if we can do the work to get them over to the side of proud and gifted, then it's a job well done. So I commend you both
100%.
for what you're doing out there. Definitely, it's needed.
But I also want, you know, we try to start like we've just started like a group called Parenthood, because, you know, we have manhood, we have womanhood, but there's, you know, girls and boys in men and women's bodies that are their parents. So that's where we need to get them as well, and, you know, work with them too, because like we said before, our parents, grandparents, whoever, they've been through a lot of trauma, and this is playing out with this is why our children,
it's just fed down and like, as we were saying earlier, it's not a lot of us take the time out to do the soul searching and figure out who we are as people. We're not taught how to do it. And just figuring it out now, let alone them coming up. So it is about having those honest conversations and telling them what to look out for. And as Olu just said, downloading that information that we didn't have and making sure. And you're saying that their brain's not available, it's not at the same level as ours, but it's about sowing the seeds, and you'd be surprised.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah, and this is
when you need it to kick in, it kicks in.
Yeah, and that's what I was, the reason why I said it was because we've got to realise that their brain's not ready for it. They don't realise it yet, because they're like, oh, you're chatting shit, or whatever they want to tell us. They just think, oh no, mum, you're just old. You weren't like that, you know, it's the 2000s now, it's not the 90s, and that's what I always get. But I'm just saying, like, do you know what? If I keep saying it and I keep chipping away, one day you're going to be like, that's what she meant.
I've had many epiphanies that that's what mum was saying. I think it is the way that we talk to them as well, because I feel like if I'm being talked at, I'll switch off. But if I'm being reasoned with, then there's a difference. I think as adults talking to kids, or mums and dads talking to kids, there's a tendency to dictate and talk at as opposed to talk with.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, and that makes a whole lot of sense. Like I said, my daughter's 26 now, so we can sit down and we can chat and
have a little reason.
We reason, we laugh and joke. My sons are 9 and 11, and I'm reasoning with you. Like, we ain't got no reason to reason at this stage.
At this moment.
No. Because if I tell you to go to bed, don't ask me why. If I tell you to do something, it's not why, it's please, can you just do it? If I ask you to do something, it's yes, mum. I don't want a negotiation. I don't want to chat. You know what I mean? And he said it the other day, he said, but you don't talk to Tora like that, because Tora's an adult. But she's still your child, but she's an adult. I can't tell her what to do. I can't tell her to go to bed. I can't, you know, my relationship with my two girls that are 26 grown adults are different to my little pre-pubescent boys. So, you know, it's different.
I hear that. Miss Natalie.
Hello.
What next is coming up, isn't it?
It is.
What, next weekend?
Next weekend, the 18th. The 18th, yeah,
Saturday.
Yeah, so that's coming up. We've got panelists. We've got best-selling author for making property ownership your side hustle, from Des Ame. He's also the owner of Ame Finance Academy. Turned a lot of people into wealthy people. His academy, it's really good. He's based in Canary Wharf. He's one of our panelists, and his business partner, who's a property strategist for over 20 years, Erica Fremantle, and she's an entrepreneur as well, and also works with a lot of people and has kind of helped to turn their financial income around. And she just says there's a load of people think that they cannot get into property when they can. So she's a strategist, so she kind of helps you get into it. And it's not just for people getting into property, it's also for people who maybe they have a property or have properties already, but expanding that catalogue and knowing what to do with it and knowing how to get more of an income out of it. There's that as well. I'm not going to lie though, had a few meetings over the last couple of days, including today, and the uptake's not been great for it. So it's not looking fantastic right now. And that's me being 100% real. especially after a conversation I had today. Ticket sales are okay. There's a lot of people that said they're coming, but the ticket sales are not reflecting that too tough. So we're pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. But yeah, it's a bit disappointing. And I wouldn't lie. I'd be lying if I would say I'm not a little bit disheartened. It's not stopping me from what we've got to do. But I am, it's a lot has gone into it. A lot has gotten into it to bring it, and even to kind of get these people to come down and talk, you know, without it, you know, being at an expense to us is a lot. Is
it a straight business presentation?
No, so it's on a boat. So it's like a river cruise. It's a seminar. So it's not just they're going to present to you different ways into property finance, no matter what your financial or credit situation is. There's different ways in how to get properties, what to do when you have properties, what you can do with property. They also offer long-term mentorship and support, and there are also different ventures that are available that they will go into that you can sign up to. So it's not just kind of that, like you go to that event and then have to remember everything. You're kind of given the tools and the resources and the option to go into things kind of long term. So it's like a river cruise on the Viscount boat from Millbank Pier so we'll be cruising up and down London in the boat whilst that's happening between 1 and 5 p.m.
Because as a suggestion, so you might want to consider, just a suggestion, would there be food and buffet available?
Yeah, there is light canapes available. Right, there are light canapes.
And I know it sounds a bit trivial. Get a DJ to come on board as well.
Yeah, no, there's going to be music there, but obviously for the duration of the time, there's music and networking that will be available. But I'm not going to lie, it's not a full on. It's not going to be a dance like that.
Not dance, but you know, that might just be that. It's not supposed to.
Yeah.
It's
if they're looking for that, they're going to be in the wrong. Honestly, it's going to be in the wrong place anyway. That's just the truth.
whole what next thing isn't about that, is it? It's
I know that, but you know, just to bring them in.
Yeah, but to be fair, we've done this. I did a seminar like this, not on a boat, but in a hall without all of that, sold out.
Brilliant.
Not a problem, and it was a bit longer than this one is going to be.
It was all day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all day. It was all day. It was being workshop. So I'm not quite. I've got a feeling what it could be. I'm not 100% sure on what the block is and what is, you know, holding people back on this one. But yeah, that's where we are with this particular event. I was toying whether I knew this part was going to come up, and I was toying whether to say it, but no bravado in it.
No. Appreciate honesty, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and so this is where we are. This is where we are with this, which is kind of like, this is a struggle for me. Because I'm like, damn. So it's not been a great day today.
The thing is,
it is what it is.
The others were free or cheaper.
Yeah, the others were free and cheaper. So
but this was like £20 early bird ticket to get information, to level up in terms of ownership. We don't have any ownership. We don't have as much property in our community as we should have. We don't have any economic power. And it's about talking to people who have managed to accumulate that and have the expertise and have the knowledge to be able to, for us to start to be able to have some ownership in our community.
Find out
how they can have ownership in their community from young. And no one's interested in spending a £20 on a ticket.
Yeah, they're literally happy to lead the way.
It's shaming because, you know, we've had so many dances recently on the boat where they're packed, and something which is really
£30, £35. Easy.
So if it doesn't pick up, I don't know if it's gonna happen. Not gonna lie.
Fuming.
Wow.
And I'm not even here. Otherwise, I'd have had my ticket a long time. I'm going away for the weekend.
Doesn't pick up. So
this is one of the things that I wanted to go to, because just today I was having a conversation with my friend. She's just bought a house. We're trying to buy a house. And we were talking about trying to put monies together to get a little deposit, like, you know what I mean? And it's the same. And I was talking about your thing.
That concept.
Well. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what we was talking about.
That's the whole concept. Yeah. And that opportunity of us all putting money together, and you know, our property specialist who's with us all the time, Ali, being the sole investor, the investor, and majority investor, and then those within What Next who would like to kind of invest anything from £500 into a property, and we keep buying properties together as a collective and kind of make money that way. It's a good way of getting onto the property ladder as well. But I sat in a room, I had meetings a couple of weeks ago with these panelists and them. I sat in a room, I went to their offices. They have their own offices at 1 Canada Square in Canary Wharf. Right. I sat in there, spoke to them for like, just listening to them talk for 15 minutes. I learned so much. And the fact that they do so much, they work hard, and the fact that they're willing to come down and they just want to, and he said, I want to give back to the community, because I feel like he feels like it's just the knowledge of, it's just knowing, innit? It's just knowing. So a lot of us could be in a lot more of a better position if we have the knowledge and the resources, which is what they're willing to give. But because people have to pay a little something for that, it's like, I understand the situation, but this is a community organisation run by us. We can't keep fully
doing it for free.
Funding it.
Yeah, we funded the first one more or less because we made it cheap, but we paid out of our pockets for that. And so that people could have their lunch and have their seminar. But now you want to at least cover the costs.
Yeah, exactly. How much do you think it's going to cost to do the boat? Like, how much do you think that is? Like I said, so if it doesn't happen, if it doesn't pick up, it could throw a spanner in the works for this particular one. But again, I'm not one. It's not going to put a stop to What Next and what we're doing. Yeah, it's not going to put a stop to What Next and what we're doing. Obviously, it's disheartening. Threw me off today. Not going to lie, threw off my whole day from morning. But it is what it is. So I'll just keep on keeping on, and not going to stop what I'm going to do. And this is what I said. I've tried to do What Next many times throughout the years, and this is what happens. Everyone jumps on it at first, they're excited, but when the real work comes,
it was quiet.
Yeah, and so what I've usually done is I've usually then given up and said, "Oh, forget it, man. I can't bother." But I ain't doing it.
Not this time. Yeah,
no, I'm not doing it. So whatever happens, and if I have to come back to the property and come back to it, I'm going to do it. But if you really want to get into it, I can't express to you how it's been, and I didn't want it to be a boring seminar, so I did it. It's your journey into property ownership, so I made it a voyage. It's an actual literal journey as you kind of delve into that. But yeah, keeping it real on no bravado, like,
it's okay. I think a lot of people as well, because I've been thinking about it, and I think a lot of people as well think, well, I'm not in a position I'm not in a position to, so it's not going to be for me, because you have to have at least 20 or 30 grand to get onto the property market. I don't have that. I've got credit. So they start to just kind of, it's about mythbusters, and I think that's what we really look at.
I was going to say that maybe it's maybe you need to do something around it for people, because I even said it myself. Oh, but you know, we're trying to buy a house, and what extra do I have or whatever. But like when I was talking to my friend today, she was saying, she said, Nick, if there was 3 of us and we wanted to buy a flat for, I don't know, 50 or 60 grand, that's only maybe a couple of grand each for a deposit. Do you know what I'm saying? And then just start that way.
Absolutely.
And I said, you know what? I didn't, and it just dawned on me, like you said, it did just dawn on me, because I'm thinking like, no, I want to buy a house for you know, family, kids, whatever. But we can still put our fingers in other pies. So, and you're right, Trish, it's the
mythbusters that you can't do it.
Yeah. And again, I just want to put, this ain't something that is like for me. So this isn't something of self-interest where I'm putting on a dance and then we're going to be I'm going to be laughing at the end of it. This is the whole What Next and the efforts from What Next, all the panelists, the team. This is not for us. Like, everything we put in is coming from us. We're putting everything in but it's driven by, we want better for the community, and for the wider community.
Want better for themselves, though.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So again,
exactly. Yeah, because I was even having a conversation with a friend, and she was like, well, what do you want to buy a house for? I said, what do you mean, what do I want to buy a house for? I want to buy a house because I need something. I want something to pass on to my children. I want to start my own generational wealth. Do you know what I mean? She's like, yeah, but no, like, aren't you happy just paying your rent and calling them to fix your stuff? And no, babe, I'm not.
So ridiculous.
Because I'm nearly 50. I'm on the way to 50. I say nearly. I'm a few years, 3 years away from 50. So, you know, it's something that needs to be done now.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here in
generation after generation not having any kind of economic power or any ownership, and we're supposed to be happy with that.
I'd just be happy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other things are going well. Niall's doing well. Our Black Afro Hair and Beauty store is doing well. NLPR agencies there, we're doing okay. But obviously my time at the moment, a lot of it is consumed with that. And obviously I do marketing and branding and PR and stuff. So I'm looking at the strategies, and I'm looking at ways, I'm creating the content as well. So I'm just kind of, that's where my whole head is at the moment.
And your boy just started school.
Yeah, the boy started school on Monday. And I'd just like to say, Tricia knows, I don't like schools. I don't like it. So every time it's school time, I kind of get anxiety.
Yeah.
I've been looking at homeschooling and homeschooling kind of syndicates for a while now. We have for them. So every time the term comes and they go back to school, I'm like, oh my God, I don't like it. It gives me some kind of anxiety. They enjoyed it today though. Today and yesterday, but yeah, they're back at school and it's like back to that routine. I just feel like I'm giving them to them. Do you know what I mean? It's a weird feeling. I feel like I'm giving my kids to these people to kind of mold. I don't like it, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Well, ladies and one gent, it's quarter past 12.
Darling.
We're talking 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Wow.
You can find me at All Things Diva Choice. So Diva Choice on Twitter, Diva Choice on Facebook. Where else am I at? That's it, isn't it?
Instagram.
Yeah, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Diva Choice Official, isn't it? _official.
Yeah. And my online boutique, www.divachoice.co.uk. And once again, just wanted to say thank you for all. We got so much messages. People sent me songs. Lorraine Foster sent me a voice note on Facebook. She couldn't really sing, but sent me songs, singing. And I managed to, because I got so much support and so hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of messages, and I wanted my mum to get some of that, so I started asking people to put it on voice notes, and then I would send it to her WhatsApp, and she couldn't respond because she was really out of it, but you could see when she would play it and listen to it. And again, I really think that those prayers and those energies and all those well wishes really helped to bring me and my mum through a really difficult time. It showed me that miracles do happen. At one point, her oxygen went down to 35%, and that's when the doctors were saying it's not looking good, and you're going to have to, it's not looking. And I remembered saying, "Come on, Coco, like, come on, you got to come home to me, man." And everyone's just, the support was my neighbours. One Sunday, I got 3 dinners. So
yeah,
he cooked up a storm for me, and then my neighbours next door, my immediate neighbours next door, gave me a nice plate of food, and then my neighbour across the road bought, and I was like, okay, well, I can have some tomorrow, and I can have some. Not that I was eating that much, because I was still recovering from COVID myself. But I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you guys for holding it down. The show that you guys done the other day, 2 weeks ago, was beautiful. And I just really appreciate it. And just goes to show, when we collective, going back to what next, when we make a collective effort and we focus and we put energy behind something, you can literally bring someone back from the doors of death, let alone what else we can achieve if we was to put our minds to it and really try to establish something. So I don't, Natalie, I know you're not going to give up, and I won't allow it anyway. I'm going to always.
You're not. You can't give up. You can't
be
give
your
up.
biggest cheerleader, and we'll get there.
No, we will. We will. And I'm so connected. Like my heart and spirit is in what next, everything. So I'm never going to
with
stop.
your heart.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm so invested in it is because you can feel the energy around it. You know that it's pure intent. It ain't for profit. It ain't, like I said, the first couple of events, we lost money. I backed Natalie and we put money in to do it, but it wasn't about the money that we was putting in. It was about the cause. Because you created that in nothing but good faith and good energy. So it will
work now. It will work.
Yeah.
Yes, anyway, so we just keep going. Before I go, I think it's important to mention, I should have mentioned this from the beginning, but it's come to my attention that we have got group members that are borrowing money from other group members and they're not paying back. We're not going to name and shame at this stage because we're hoping that this person will do the right thing and start paying this money back, that this person, because again, this person gave you this money, and this is why there's no trust in our community. This is why we behave in the way that we behave, because this person gave you money in good faith and then you started moving wonky. I don't want to go into it too much because I want to see if this person's going to pay back. But with all of that said, no Bravado takes no responsibility for money lost. We can't vouch for over 1,000 people. If you meet somebody in the group and you start romantic endeavors and it goes pear-shaped, don't use our platform to troll them. And we're, again, not taking any responsibility for it. I still think at the end of the day, as much as people love this group, people love each other in the group, we still got to remember it's Facebook and there's scammers. Let's just be mindful, because we're not taking any responsibility for any money lost or hearts broken. And I just want to say that.
I don't know what to say, Trisha. I really don't know what to say about that.
No, be a good person, man.
Just do the right thing. This person money in good faith, and then when it comes and
have you tried contacting the person directly on behalf of the other person?
Yeah, we did, and that's why we're getting somewhere now. But again, at the point of the money exchange, we weren't involved.
Nothing to do with it.
Why are we involved now when it comes to getting the money back? But because this person done it out of good faith and
they're a good person.
They're a very good person, and we're very moralistic. All of us that know Bravado, we stand in good morals. So we did contact that person and said, look, you've got 24 hours to respond, or we're going to blast you in name and shame, because we don't want no one to fall victim to that type of behaviour in our group.
It's not fair.
It's not good. It's not fair.
No, I was just concerned because you may get the person says, okay, blast me. And if you blast that person, then your chance of getting the money will be reduced. That's what I'm saying.
Hence the reason why we're not going into it now, because they did make contact and they have made arrangements to pay back following our intervention. But even my mum, that's just coming back from her deathbed, was like, I don't understand why you're involved in this.
Yeah.
Because it's nothing to do with you. Do you
know
what I mean?
Basically, the message was, moving forward, please bear in mind, don't do anything like this. It's not that sort of platform. Rather than you send a message, try and shame the person, because I think if that was me now, I feel like, oh my gosh, you're embarrassing me now without naming me.
We still feel the need. Maybe it's not even about shaming. If this person needs to be exposed so that nobody else gives them money, then that might be the
That's the main aim.
That's the main thing, because we don't want nobody else to be. I'm hoping that this person is who I think they are and is going to be genuine and pay the money back.
Okay.
But the reason I've mentioned it today is because I don't want anybody else to lend anybody any money in this group, and then if it goes pear-shaped, then suddenly
They're looking you.
Yeah, because you also mentioned the money. Then you also mentioned any romantic interest. Was it? Is it a double-edged sword?
No. It wasn't romantic.
But there's been cases of romantic endeavors, and then when it goes pear-shaped, again, they're using the platform to troll each other. And it's like, yeah, can't do that.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. A lot goes on in this little group, you know, Olu.
But I haven't seen it on here. They sent it to you, you mean?
You haven't seen, you don't check in every day, so you wouldn't see it. And I guess if
it's indirect as well.
Indirect.
Indirect.
So yeah.
If you know, you know, innit?
You don't, you know, yeah.
So then the person that's been indirected might inbox me or Trisha and let me know, and then we see, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just be careful, because you seem to be taking a moral stance here, and that's not sure. It's not the road of
the whole point of we're good people and we do the right thing. So if I don't really borrow money from people, it's just not something I do. But if I have ever had to ask any of my circle to borrow any money, I've asked Goody to borrow £1,000 before, because I had a big show that I needed to do and I was £1,000 short. And I said, Goody, lend me £1,000. And he was like, when am I going to get it back? And I said, on 17th of December, you'll get it back. And he got it back on the 17th. No problem, because he knows if she says she's going to give it back to me, she's going to give it back to me. And I don't ask people to borrow money because it's not something that I necessarily need to do. So you would hope that people would move in the same way, but the world is made up of so many different people, and you've got a duty to protect yourself. Because you're a good person, people will gravitate to that and people will take advantage of that. Like I said, I'm hoping that this person is not taking advantage of it and is going to do the right thing and pay back. If they don't, then I think we kind of got a moral obligation to say, don't lend this person anymore.
Yeah, as a warning.
As a warning. But after that, it's not really our responsibility to.
But I think
we'll take it away. We're not bailiffs.
I'm looking differently. If you're going to blast a person for not paying back, you also need to the person forgiving it and say you're an idiot, man. You have to, it's two ways. You can't just blast one person.
I don't think that they're an idiot, though. I think
they were being nice and genuine, weren't they?
And this is the thing, is these kind of behaviours that paint people with good hearts. So then when you've got genuine practices that are going on, or someone who might genuinely need the money, or if we've got what next and we're saying, come and invest in this property, because they've been stung, nah, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I might not get my money back because people move wonky. It's just such a shame, because we need more people like this person who lent the money. We need people with good hearts out here in this world.
Exactly.
It can be
but also remember, because there's a lot of mental illness, COVID, I'm not making excuses. The person may not be in a position or thought when they borrowed it they could pay it back, and now realize they can't. You don't put extra pressure on that person.
And then you say that you don't.
Yeah, you don't just go ghost, do you?
Yeah, you don't.
Oh, right, okay.
You say that you don't move wonky. You say, I cannot. Our previous arrangement, I'm not going to be able to meet. I'm going to have to be able to do X, Y, and Z.
They moved very bad following it. They did not move correct. And it was intentional moving in a wrong way. So
you tried to mediate, but you guys tried to mediate, yeah?
Yeah, and
that's the main thing. Good, okay.
We did try to mediate, and we're hoping that it moves forward in a positive direction. Yeah, but we also felt the need to make a disclaimer that if you guys make independent arrangements within yourselves, within the group,
business,
we cannot
come and cry to you after.
We cannot.
And also, even the relationship one, what do you expect you to do? Two people hook up, it goes pear shaped. What do you expect you to do?
You'd be surprised. It's crazy.
Trisha, he cheated on me. She's got next. What are you supposed to do?
I don't know.
Who knows?
You're not in the camera. You're just, all I can see is one pretty side of your face. That's it.
You'd be surprised. This is why I say no when people say, do you want to do dating? You lot do the dating. I'm like, no, because if you guys think we're responsible when we don't even set it up, if we set it up, you're really going to take me responsible. So if you get pregnant, it's my fault. No.
No, surely you put this.
You'd be surprised.
Really?
Because I think, and it's not your responsibility when it goes well, only when it goes wrong.
Yeah,
so
right.
I'm just like, nah.
No, we're not here for it.
Yeah, I'd rather
and
not.
You're right, Olu. I wouldn't describe this person who lent the money as an idiot, but I do think we have a responsibility to protect ourselves. If you're a good person, even more so, you've got to be not guarded, because you don't want to be up with your guards up, but you've got a responsibility to protect yourself.
Yeah, because remember, with that, having the details, you don't know the conditions under which that money was lent. So it's good to demonize a person for not paying it back, but you don't know what the arrangement was. You're hearing it from one side. That's what I'm saying.
We did, yeah. We did.
Just be careful. You don't put yourself in a position where you're taking sides. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very
Fair
true.
enough.
Yeah,
Anyway,
they're right though.
meant to just be off the camera. It's just ridiculous. I can't. All we can see is your shoulder.
Who's that, Natalie?
Natalie. You know what? My back is playing up. So, and I'm not up against nothing. So I have to kind of, sit forward a little bit just to give it some relief. Yeah.
All right. So with that said, let me go check on my mum. You rest your back.
Guys, you take care.
Olu, thanks.
Yeah,
Even
thank
though
you.
you're 2 hours late, always still a pleasure.
Isn't it?
I heard the whole show.
Yeah. And he still did a solid 2 hours on. That's how long it was.
There you go.
You know what I mean? We still end up. What's the time?
12. Go, bye.
Yeah, bye. Listen, bye. Love you guys.
Have a weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
See you
bye.
later.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you, that.
Oh, you too. Oh, send Mum my love.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and hug her
I
up
had a
right
disturbing
now,
day
man.
today, man. So
Got to tell me about it.
Yeah, I feel shitty today, man. I had a bad day, really, really bad day. I want to cry, but it won't come out. I'm just like, so
you didn't call me.
I know, but I don't want to bother. I know Mum's coming out. You've had so much on. I don't want to bother you with that.
You're never a bother.
No, I don't want to.
You know, you're my whole heart. I love you. You can call me anytime. You're never a bother. But I'll call you later. Or should I call you now or call you tomorrow?
Yeah, you can call me now. I didn't realise we were still on live. I just told them I wanted to cry.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's cry offline.
Oh.
Call you in a minute.
Bye,
doll.
Bye.
Bye.